This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Well, that was an experience getting the stream started. Well, first of all, about my lateness tonight, I was unaware that the Trump speech starts at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, not 8 o'clock. So I had no reason for coming on at 6:30 to begin with. But my apologies. I still advertised that I was coming on at 6:30, even though I didn't know that Trump wasn't coming on until 9. Until a couple of hours ago. So my apologies. The other thing is that it's Fat Tuesday, and Curiouser wanted to do something that was New Orleans related. So we went to Popeyes. I never said I was a well-prepared news show. Who told you that? Clinically, DJ Dub, Warlord, good evening. So I had Popeyes. It's pretty good. It's decent. Though everything about it told us that we should go. Like, even I told Curiouser, I was like, we should go somewhere else. Because we got up there and the menu didn't work. And then we asked for chicken sandwiches. And they were like, well, we don't have chicken sandwiches. Good evening. Welcome. I didn't realize I claimed that shit. I plead the fifth on that one. Oh, that's a good coffee. And then, so we're not on YouTube right now. This is the first time ever that I'm like, I had to go and broadcast live to Twitch because for some reason Restream wasn't letting me broadcast. If you saw me come on and go back off, my internet was fine. I went and did the internet test. It was like perfect. And I'm like, well, that's weird. It's telling me that it's dropping all kinds of frames and shit. Heckin' Random, welcome in. Anonymously, good evening, friends. Good evening. Left is best, bitches. So I had to go and broadcast straight to my Twitch. I don't know my Twitch again. There's 3 different ways you can do it. 2 of them require you logging into your account. The other one just requires your stream key. I was able to do it the way with just my stream key because I couldn't remember how to log into my account. When I got banned, it changed my password to some long fucking bullshit, right? And it's just always been a hassle. I think I've always quit every time I've tried to go and change the password on my Twitch back to something that I would remember. That doesn't happen. When Sir Balls, you ready to fight? You fucking ready to fight, motherfucker? Put them dukes up. I'm ready to get in the ring with you. I get infected with communism. And also, I can't see the chat is not where I can scroll it anymore. I don't know how to put the Twitch chat over here, so I can see it on the screen. It's bothered me. It's not the way I usually do the show, but we're making do with it. We're going to be here. We're about an hour and 20 minutes away from Trump giving his speech. I had news stories to do already pulled up, ready to go, just in case, C-SPAN was doing something like showing a Justin Trudeau speech right now instead of taking phone calls. This was earlier today.
To what actually you're going to do. In your statement last night, you referenced non-tariff measures, and I want to know exactly what you're prepared to contemplate there. And given that you're likely successful.
Because I really like C-SPAN calls, so we want to take those when they are available. We've got tariffs ready to take effect. We've got all kinds of tariff news. I've got a police chase for you if we get the time. This dawned on me while I was having dinner with Curiouser. What is the chance that Elon Musk decides to try to get up on the dais tonight and speak? I feel like there's a less than it's like a 50-50 chance, right? That motherfucker just hops up on the dais and starts running his mouth. What to expect from Trump's speech that we will be watching here in about an hour and 15 minutes. This is not a State of the Union. Once again, presidents don't do a State of the Union their first term or their first year of their term. This is a presidential address to a joint session of Congress.
It has been nearly 5 years since President Trump last addressed a joint session of Congress, but he returns tonight with a speech the White House says will be must-see TV.
Yeah, this is his first major address to the nation since Inauguration Day. Certainly a lot to talk about. Joining us now for a preview is host of Fox News Sunday, Shannon Bream. Always great to see you, Shannon. So from Doge to tariffs,
Shannon,
a lot to talk about. What are you expecting to hear from the president tonight?
Yeah, Scott and Sylvia, we start that coverage 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. I had a chance to have lunch with the president today with a few other folks who are going to be covering the speech tonight. And while it was off the record, we definitely got the vibe from him that he's very excited. I think he's going to be aiming at taking a victory lap, saying,
I bet he is.
6 weeks. And yes, it's only been 6 weeks. The renewal of the American dream is the theme. So I think they want to talk about where they're making progress. The president seemed very upbeat, sort of, he's not going to face voters again. He knows how Washington works this time around. And he really just seemed to be in a great mood. So I would expect an optimistic, upbeat speech tonight. We'll see what we get.
So this is the second time President Trump begins his term with the GOP controlling both chambers in Congress. What is this going to mean for his agenda, the plan he's laying out? Maybe this is why he was in a great mood when you saw him.
Yeah, so Sylvia and Scott, I think that he's going to have to preach to the choir a little bit with his GOP groups in the House and Senate. You guys know it's the tiniest of majorities. And while he can take all of this executive action, if he wants things to stay on the books, it's got to get done legislatively. So he's really going to be pushing that. The House and Senate have different frameworks for the budget. We run out of money on March 14th at the federal level. So they've got a lot to get done in a very short amount of time. They've got some big differences to work out. He's been trying to let them do that as independent legislative bodies, but I think this is going to be the moment in which the president has to get involved and say, I want the tax cuts extended. I want the border sealed up. I need all these things done legislatively. Figure out where the cuts are coming from, but you got to get it done.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because the optics are going to be bad, not just for Congress, but for the White House. Let's face it, if we get to March 14th and there's no deal, is there elbow room here? What are the main sticking points?
Yeah, I think part of it is the big difference between House GOP and Senate GOP is the extension of those 2017 tax cuts, which the IRS, by their data, said benefited nearly every tax bracket. So the president feels like it's good for the economy. It puts money back in people's pockets and it generates more spending, consumer spending. The Senate GOP wants them extended permanently. The House GOP says we've got about a 10-year horizon for them. But again, there are huge expenditures. So you've got to figure out where those cuts are coming from. The president has said we'll never touch anything like Medicaid, but there are real concerns about how you come up with the trillions it will take to extend those tax cuts. They haven't agreed on that yet.
Am I an American or am I a Russian? Have my shout outs not gone out? Shelly, good evening. I am very much looking forward to C-SPAN calls, but they're still playing Justin Trudeau right now. We have a police chase, but that's not what we want at this moment. Trudeau, I had a clip of Trudeau I wanted to play, but then I had to restart my computer because of the technical difficulties.
Elements that have to be taken into account, but we will do it as quickly as reasonably fast.
On March 9th or March 10th. So it sounds like you'll probably still have some time remaining to put in some more actions on this. one of those things that you're considering going to be taxing oil, gas, and potash exports, even if premiers don't consent?
I got potash for you. I got plenty of potash.
The important thing we're facing, as I've said, the most important thing we can do is ensure that Canadians remain united. That's why whatever response, individually or collectively, we do across the country, we have to make sure that no single part of the country is carrying a greater burden or suffering any more than everyone else. This is going to be tough for all of us, but we need to be pulling and holding Canadians together every step of the way. And that's the conversation I'm going to be having with the Premier
Trudeau
this
says he is not
afternoon.
backing down.
Our now weekly meetings. There will be many different ideas we discuss, but the most important thing, more important than doing specific or
Trudeau's speech earlier today. Let me give you the gist of it. Trudeau saying Canada will not back down from a fight with the U.S. We heard Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, say it last night.
Today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada.
I mean, he's not bad looking.
Their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are...
It does not.
And we are polite. But we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the U.S. tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods, starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time. Today, we will also be challenging these illegal actions by filing dispute resolution claims at the World Trade Organization and through the USMCA. But in the meantime, our tariffs will remain in place until the U.S. tariffs are withdrawn, and not a moment sooner. And should these tariffs not cease, we are in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures. Measures which will demonstrate that there are no
Dougie, did I tell you good evening?
In a trade war.
Mr. Balls. China says it's ready to play in a trade war if the U.S. wants to play.
A couple of weeks earlier,
Fuzzy Simba, welcome in. China announced its own tariffs of 10 to 15% targeting agriculture, soybeans, meat, and cotton. The new added export restrictions for designated U.S. entities. The U.S. truly wants to resolve the fentanyl issue. It should engage in consultations with China on the basis of equality, mutual respect, and reciprocity to address each other's concerns. However, if the U.S. harbors ulterior motives and insists on waging a tariff war, trade war, or any other kind of war, China will play along to the end. We urge the U.S. to abandon its bullying stance and return to the right track of dialogue and cooperation as soon as possible. The world order has changed, a supply chain expert said on Tuesday. Boy, howdy.
The world order of yesterday is not the world order of today. With U.S. actions, particularly with tariffs against China and the challenges with Ukraine, what we're seeing is actually a fundamental shift into a new order. For example, Europe is going to try to get closer to China and other U.S. allies such as Japan and Australia. China is also going to try to get closer to those allies by offering its markets, but also products, both on economics and great power competition has completely changed in today's world.
So there you have it. I don't think anybody is backing down from this trade war. Let's go from trade war to real war. Zelensky says Ukraine still ready to sign a mineral deal with the U.S. This is Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Wait, warlord saying get wrecked Trump. What is going on? What, now that he's the president, you're against him? We heard Trump 2024 out of you for almost 4 years. Almost from the time that he left office in 2020. And now you're all like, Trump's a bitch. I mean, it's true. Did you guys see what this warlord did? Can't trust him. He's a snake in the grass. What happened at the White House instead of our planned negotiations is regrettable, but we must find the strength to move forward, respect one another, as we have always respected America, Europe, and all of our partners, and work together to bring peace closer. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky aimed to repair ties with President Trump after their heated Oval Office arguments.
Not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time, in any convenient format. Ukraine will always be grateful to the United States for all the support it has provided. It continues to provide support that helps uphold Europe's already fragile security. This is not just about our country, it concerns all of Europe. Zelensky also addressed Trump's decision to pause all U.S. military aid to Ukraine on Monday after the combative meeting. Today, many people have one question: what will happen next with the U.S. aid? I've instructed Ukraine's Minister of Defense, intelligence chiefs, and diplomats to contact their counterparts in the United States and obtain official information. People should not have to guess. Ukraine and America deserve a respectful dialogue and a clear stance from each other, especially when it comes to protecting lives during a full-scale war. This is not 2022. Our resilience is stronger now. We have means of defense, but maintaining a normal partnership-based relationship with America is crucial to truly ending the war. None of us want endless war. He is totally licking the boots, but also, like, that's how you get things from Trump. Jon Stewart pointed it out last night. Keir Starmer came and was like, "Here, Mr. Trump, I have a letter from the king. This is a exceptional honor. This is rare that this happens. Here you go, Trump." Yeah, what do you think about that, warlord? Keir Starmer kissing Trump's ass in the White House. Retake the holidays.
Meetings for the first time to televised coverage.
Since March of 1979.
We're going to get some C-SPAN calls in. I love it.
Democracy, bringing you direct, no-spin coverage of Congress, the Supreme Court, and the White House.
Is this Mr. Brian Lamb?
Yes, it is.
Would you hold one moment, please, for the president?
Yeah.
It exists because of C-SPAN founder Brian Lamb's vision and the cable industry's support, not government funding. But this public service isn't guaranteed.
Flash, good evening.
In honor of Founders Day,
I'm sorry if I don't see your messages. I don't have a chat up here the way I normally do.
Today and for future generations.
I'm sorry to anybody that is not on YouTube watching this.
Tune in to C-SPAN.
Your gift today preserves open access to government and ensures the public's...
Cancel Justin, indeed. Apparently, Jurister thought what I said at Popeyes was incredibly racist.
On your screen. Every contribution matters. And thank you.
She made a really big deal about it. I'm like, what?
Tonight, C-SPAN brings you live coverage of President Trump's address to Congress. We'll begin with a
She told me I shouldn't tell it on stream.
This is President Trump's first address to Congress in his second term and comes less than...
I'm sorry, DJ Dub. Yeah, I can see it on the screen as they're
scheduled to get
trickling down, but I can't go back. I can't go back and see what's happening.
From freshman Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. And later, we'll take...
It is my loss. I know it.
And the president's policies.
We'll hopefully be back to normal tomorrow.
Democracy unfiltered.
Know that I was surprised that the lady that made my chicken wasn't black.
And good evening and welcome.
And she's like, whoa,
the Capitol here in Washington, the site of President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress in about an hour. This is his 5th overall and the first of his second term.
Well, she kind of sounded black over the speaker.
Lawmakers are working to cut government spending, come up with a federal budget, and deliver on President Trump's goals of $2 trillion.
And she was like, you thought she was going to be black because of the chicken? I was like, no, because of the commercial.
And the beginning of a potential tariff war. And here's a live look at the White House, where the Trumps will be departing shortly for the 16-block drive to the Capitol down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Cancel Justin.
Secretary Caroline Leavitt gave a preview of his speech earlier today, calling it a renewal of the American dream. We'll talk more about the message of tonight's address and the guests the president is bringing with him with the 2 journalists who will be with us in studio tonight. Now back on Capitol Hill, arrivals for tonight's address already underway as the more than 500...
Oh, this is like the red carpet for the Oscars.
Make their way to the House chamber. We'll soon see senators gather to make their way over to the House, and the arrival of cabinet secretaries, Supreme Court justices, and many other dignitaries. And right outside the House chamber is Statuary Hall, where dozens of journalists are positioned to cover the evening. C-SPAN, of course, has live coverage throughout the evening on all of our networks and platforms. Well, joining us from Capitol Hill is Dave Clark with Punchbowl News. Mr. Clark, all day long.
What up, Dave?
A lot of press conferences with some pre-speech positioning by both parties, yes?
There certainly were. I mean, obviously the White House previews its message that the president's going to deliver tonight, and Democrats are giving a little bit of a taste of how they're going to
T-minus
the event. And I think what we're going to hear from the president tonight is kind of twofold. One is he's going to...
I mean, I'm never really proud of myself.
His first 6 weeks of his administration, which have been a bit of a whirlwind.
But also, I'm not embarrassed by it, so, you know.
Orders that he's put out and tell a story about those. And then he's going to kind of look forward and say what else he wants to do. He's going to probably make a push for more border security funding from Congress. He's going to talk about likely his trade wars or the tariffs he's ratcheting up on some of our allies and adversaries. And I think when it comes to summing up what he's done so far, he's going to try to kind of make sense of all these executive orders he's done. He's going to talk about his effort to shrink the government through Doge and Elon Musk. And I think he's also going to touch a lot on some of the culture war issues, whether that's orders that he's put out on transgender people or ending DEI programs in the government. Meanwhile, you know, Democrats are going to talk about some of the same themes, but obviously with a different tack. They're going to be highlighting all the services that Americans might not be getting if the government's dismantled the way the president's trying to do that. You know, they're going to be also focusing on some of the possible budget cuts to programs like Medicaid that Republicans are considering. So there'll definitely be a lot of talk tonight, a lot of jousting over what the agenda ahead should be.
So how would you describe the mood up there, Mr. Clark?
I mean, for Republicans, it's pretty jubilant, right? They control both chambers of Congress. They have President Trump in the White House, so they're riding pretty high. There's a little bit of nerves among some of them on the various moves President Trump has made. Some of the defense hawks are not very happy with the way things are going in Ukraine. We'll see how much the president talks about that tonight. But overall, Republicans are very, feel they're in a very good spot, despite little...
Oh, yeah, they feeling themselves. Trump is feeling
He's
himself.
really going to be talking to those Republicans, but more importantly, his base of voters. I mean, he's really going to be trying to rile them up and sell a message to them. I don't think he's going to be trying to do a lot of converting tonight. I think he's going to really be speaking to the faithful.
Mr. Clark, March 14th is just around the corner, the end of government funding. Can you give us a status update on the
We are 10 days away.
Running up once again to...
Are you ready for another shutdown?
Shutdown right now. What Republicans are doing is talking about passing what is known as a clean continuing resolution.
Norway has a reputation for skullduggery and stealing cod.
At the end of this fiscal year.
I don't know what that means.
But that could be a real difficult task for them because they have a very tight...
Sounds like some Viking shit to do.
Democrats are really in no mood to help Republicans out here. So one big question is going to be, can Republicans pass that continuing resolution with just their own votes? And that's going to be very tough. And if they can't, are they going to be able to sway any Democrats to vote for that resolution? And if so, what are they going to have to give them to get their votes?
Dave Clark, Punch Bowl News. We really appreciate your...
Listen up, liberal. Dow crashes.
Up in the gallery.
Have you gotten a transcript of it yet?
No, I've not gotten the transcript.
Let's get a precising definition of skullduggery.
Coming over here, we hadn't seen the excerpts yet, so they're keeping a tight hold on it so far.
Thanks for joining us from Capitol Hill. Well, here is
underhanded or unscrupulous behavior, trickery.
News of the United States. Jason Dick is the editor-in-chief.
Hey, girl.
Paul, very quickly, what are you looking for tonight?
Oh, no, back to her.
Interested in the approach that Trump takes from the get-go. I mean, as Dave sort of alluded to,
Lord, good evening.
People is that he's going to be speaking to his base.
The speech is in 54 minutes.
He and his allies tell people is that he has a mandate, and there is no at this point advantage to them looking like they need to reach out to Democrats or even to wavering Republicans. So, I mean, sometimes these
no problem, my friend.
These speeches can be conciliatory, or they can be, let's talk about how great things are. I think Trump is, going to step on the gas, and he's going to kind of come out aggressive.
Jasmine Wright, same.
Jason Dick makes my dick limp.
His tone. I was talking to a source familiar with the speech preparations, and they said it's not going to be flowery language. They said that it's going to be impassioned. It's something that he has been deeply involved in, that he's kind of been editing up until the last
She's
moment.
even got a J
It's going to reflect,
on her chain for Justin.
Certainly since at least last year. I mean, since last week after that.
Yes, Avalon made a fantastic bingo card.
Yelling match in the
Feel free to get your bingo cards.
Doubling down, and his administration doubling down on this idea that they are projecting American strength. So I'm looking to see if the tone reflects what we've seen from them over the last 4 days, which is kind of a doubling down of this, projection that they're making.
Well, we will be back with Jasmine and Jason in just a minute. But as always, our co-host this evening, Greta Bronner. Hi, Greta.
Greta!
Peter, as you were talking about, lawmakers and the president get to invite guests in the House chamber for this address to Congress. Topping the list is a name that many people have heard repeatedly over the first 40 days of this administration.
Elon
Musk. Billy House, who reports for Bloomberg News, putting on X today that Speaker Mike Johnson wanted Musk to be on the House floor tonight and made inquiries about his access as a non-official government officer or employee. But the speaker telling Billy Johnson that Musk will be seated, in fact, in the gallery above the floor.
Oh, wow.
With the First Lady. Now, in the box with the First Lady will be around 11 guests, and you'll hear the president introduce each of them in his speech tonight. Here's an idea of the people and the themes that they reflect and why they were invited to sit with the First Lady tonight. As we said, Elon Musk, the president expected to highlight the work of the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Allison and Lauren Phillips. This is the mother and sister of Laken Riley. Laken Riley, the 22-year-old Augusta University nursing student who was murdered by undocumented immigrants. Alexis Nunnengray, also a mother of a 12-year-old killed by undocumented immigrants. So that will be a theme tonight with those guests and others. And then Peyton McNabb, a volleyball player who allegedly had a concussion while playing against a transgender player. And then January Littlejohn, who is an anti-transgender parents' rights activist. Those are some of the names that will be in the box tonight with the First Lady. As for Democrats tonight, this is ABC's headline. Some Democrats are planning to skip the joint address to Congress. The list seems to be growing as the day goes on. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I kind of feel like they should all skip it.
Patty Murphy, Senator Martin Heinrich, and others all planning to skip tonight's joint address. And then there was this.
AOC is going to be live tweeting
earlier today. The Democrats are also split on how to respond. Those Democrats that are going to be in the chamber. Some members may walk out of the chamber when they hear something that they don't agree with. You may see props like signs or noisemakers that Democrats have in the chamber with them tonight. Some have talked about a pocket constitution that they may waive. You'll also see members wearing ties and scarves with the colors of Ukraine's flag. Women and female members of the Congressional Black Caucus have talked about
this could be an unhinged night.
Somber mood. And then the Democratic Women's Caucus, they're planning to wear pink.
There's decorum out the door on this.
Look like. Take a look at this from X earlier today. This is Representative Norma Torres putting out a picture of her and other members of the Women's Democratic Caucus wearing pink, and that is what they will be wearing in the chamber. And she said it's because we're powerful, passionate, and PO'd. Pink isn't just a color, it's a symbol of protest, a symbol of women's power and persistence. The truth is, women can't afford Trump. And
it shouldn't have been decorum, it should have been Rick Scott. Oh!
Caucus has sent a warning statement ahead of Trump's speech threatening to formally censure any Democrats who disrupt the joint address tonight. Jerry Connolly of Virginia.
The House Freedom Caucus.
To that from the Freedom Caucus, that warning with just this picture. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene yelling at President Biden during his State of the Union address last year. Peter?
Jason, Dick, you've been covering these types of speeches in States of the Union for a long time.
What gives a shit what Jason Dick has to say?
Or has it gotten...
Go back to Jasmine.
Changed?
I think that there has been a marked change since Trump's first term that has carried over into the Biden years. And as Greta was talking about, like we could expect at least something that will be kind of dramatic. And
T-minus at least 2 dozen.
Where we can point to, there was a joint.
And then from there, it's just how strict you want to get with that definition.
We're talking about health care and Joe Wilson, South Carolina Republican.
This is Jason Dick, the roll call editor-in-chief.
Obviously a moment that sort of lives in the history, but that was kind of the exception to a lot of the rules that we've seen. It's been amped up a little bit in the last 10 years.
But I would argue that some of the best moments of these joint addresses, which sometimes people feel can run far too long, obviously they start on the East Coast a little bit late, and sometimes people believe that they are maybe a little bit too monotone. So some of the more lively moments.
Trump's going to speak for over an hour.
These interruptions through a president like Joe Biden last year, kind of going back and forth with the Republicans when
Biden was like the shortest, if I remember correctly, right? At like 30-something minutes.
Liven up something that at times can be a bit stale or a bit dry or feel like, once it's getting into the 90 minutes or the 100 minutes that it's just gone on too long.
And that speech you brought up, Joe Biden's last year, that was just a year ago, and it was a highly lauded speech that he gave.
Yeah, and I think what was interesting about that moment was,
energy flow.
Some discussions about his age already in the zeitgeist. We already had Dean Phillips basically come in, run, and say that somebody needs to have this conversation that Joe Biden should no longer be president. And so there was some questions about whether or not he could do it in an election year, that type of speech, that type of format. Obviously, Joe Biden is not necessarily known to be the best orator out of all the presidents. And so there were some questions about whether or not he could do that. And he actually got rave reviews from that one because of the way that he was able to take the incoming from Republicans, because of the way that he was able to kind of go back and have.
Yeah, he made some funny quips.
Basically saying, like, I'm telling you the truth, guys. I'm telling you the truth. And kind of those market Joe Bidenisms. So I'm curious to see how Trump does today. He is not one to shy away from banter, quite frankly. I think he likes kind of the back and forth, not necessarily confrontation, but certainly the give and take of arguing with somebody who maybe doesn't see his viewpoints or slapping somebody down. So I'm curious to see how devoted Trump is to the text that he wants to say versus being in the moment in those intimate settings.
And if you go to notice.org, newsoftheunitedstates.org, you'll see Jasmine Wright. She has the lead story. Here it is. Trump's first joint address of term 2 won't be anything like the last time. Is that what you meant when you talked about tone? Tone.
I went back and watched his 2017 joint address to Congress. Obviously, that was his first time in office. And what somebody told me.
Did you just ask Energy Flow if they supported Trump? Are you serious? Heckin' random, what?
Introduction to America.
There are Trump supporters that will be in the chat.
They knew him as the campaign.
It is not Energy Flow.
As president. And so when you go back and listen to that speech, his tone is really different than I think what you will hear tonight. It was softer. It was more unifier. It was
fair enough. Ask away.
So that he can be presidential. And it was also trying.
Now, our Trump supporters are Bagheera.
Let's put away the trivial.
Who else? We got Rocky
on his agenda. Now, I think if you go back and look at his first term, really only legislatively what.
Shut up, T-minus.
Tax cuts. He wants that to be much different this time. And I think you also see a Donald Trump who's really not going to take a lot of crap from people. He is the president.
Because Trump supporters are the comrades.
The House, the Senate.
To get impeached once again.
He has a more favorable Supreme Court for some of the things that he wants to get done.
And so we got to give the Democrats control of the House.
And kind of put the marker down and say, this is my party, this is my country.
And he'll almost certainly get impeached for a third time.
Get on board, you will get left.
And I think it's important to note, too, that.
He's already got the record for impeachment.
The majority of them have been elected since Trump was elected. Mm-hmm. So this is what they know. This is the world. This is the tone. This is the way that they see that you do things. So some of the folks who perhaps wanted a more sedate, boring,
cancel Tommy,
approach to the State of the Union or things like that, they're gone. They're retired or they lost elections. And so this is. In a way, he's shaped not just the Republican Party, but also the Democratic Party, because Democrats have been in the opposition, they've been in the minority and the majority, but it's always in relation to Trump. Trump, even when he was out of office, he still dominated the conversation, even through Joe Biden's 4 years.
And Jason, Dick, just to pick up on what Jasmine was saying, the lead story in your publication, Roll Call, hints from Trump's.
He didn't dominate the conversation all through the Biden years. I think if he did,
absolutely,
he wouldn't be president right now. He actually faded into the background pretty well for 2 years at least.
I'm going to run the country. I'm going to run all the country. I'm going to reach out to Democrats. We're going to get a lot of stuff done. We're going to cut taxes. And at the end of, in his last State of the Union, you had Nancy Pelosi ripping up.
It was like the fall of 2022.
And he didn't shake her hand. So I think that we're going to see more like that.
When he announced his presidency and all the investigations, the raids on Mar-a-Lago.
And this address to the joint session should begin in a little bit under an hour. Coming up in the next 10,
about
15
40 minutes
or so, you'll see the president and Mrs. Trump depart the White House. You'll see the lights come up in the House chamber, and you'll see the members milling about. Of course, we will go to that as soon as that's available. You'll see the Supreme Court. You'll see the Joint Chiefs.
Russell J. Gould, that's who I was trying to think of who he looked like. I wanted to say
and the president's cabinet.
Harold Ramis.
All coming
after he gained weight later on in life.
Live on C-SPAN and on C-SPAN 2. So you can watch it there as well, or on our online platforms. This is called a joint session. Is that different than a State of the Union? Is it technically different? But
I'm not high enough for this.
I think it's technically different. They have two different titles. The pomp and circumstance is kind of minutially different, but I think you'll see it kind of amped up when he gets to the State of the Union next year. But certainly the effect is the same. It is a.
I would hope by the time we get to the State of the Union next year, he is deeply unpopular.
Laying out,
but who knows,
already done and what they want to do. And we know that Trump has come into office after 4 years of basically kind of being in, DC exile in West Palm. Obviously, the people that make up his cabinet, the people that make up his White House, some of his most trusted advisors, spent 4 years in some of these right-aligned think tanks, figuring out what Trump's platform should be, once he gets back into office. And so they're kind of moving on that. But I think what you saw for the first 5 weeks in his administration was executive power. Him issuing over 75 executive orders, him basically pushing, I think, what a lot of people believe are the limits to those executive orders. And now I think you're going to see Trump really try to turn onto that legislative power, making it very clear what he wants Congress to do when in office. And so that is what we expect from a joint address of Congress, joint address to Congress from a president, really laying out how they want that first year to go, but then all the years after that.
Jason, Dick, that speech that President Biden gave last year, that let's use that as our lodestar, that did make a difference, last year's speech. Do these generally make a difference?
They certainly can. As you know, with Biden, I mean, and I think that I would argue that in 2017, Trump set the table for what he would eventually get, with the tax cuts, with that first year. So, I mean, depending on what he wants to emphasize, I mean, it's obvious that, just by the guests that they do want to emphasize issues that are important to their base. That can be something that will signal to their base, like, hey, we've got you, we're keeping our word. If you see like some of the focus groups that have come out, even people who are independents and Democrats are saying, well, he did say he was going to do this, and whether it's tariffs or what have you. And I think that that's the thing that, reaffirming that in the eyes of the White House could be a good, because they really actually don't have that much time for legislation. These times when the party controls the White House and both chambers of Congress are pretty fleeting. They have a few months to do it, and then they're in the midterms, and then usually they lose one of the chambers. So they know that they're on the clock and they want to hit the ground running.
Oh shit! Curiouser brought me some weed because she had a different kind than I had.
Peter, Jason,
and I thought I grinded all of it up and we smoked it all, but I missed a bud.
President Trump during his first term and his last address to Congress at his State of the Union. Manu Raju of CNN catching up with the former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She recalled tearing up President Donald Trump's speech in 2020 after his State of the Union address, and she told him, quote, hopefully he won't lie so much this time. It was a manifesto of lies, as I said at the time. There's a quote from the former speaker ahead of tonight's speech by President Trump, his first of his second term. You were talking about, do these speeches make a difference? Will they impact poll numbers? So let's take a look at where the polls stand right now for the president.
Boof Pack Bobby, what's up, my friend?
And these being tracked by YouGov and The Economist since the beginning of this second administration. You can see at the end of January, he was above water, +2. In first week of February, he's even. And then his favorability, unfavorability numbers shown there. You can see the favorables start to drop mid-February, and the last week of February, his unfavorable number at 47% to 50% for his favorable. And then take a look at 538 and their average of the President Trump's approval rating. 48% approve, 47%.
Cool thing, Bobby. I just want to piss in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy.
Average by 538 at 48.2%, and his favorables at 46.5%. Now, when you break this down by agenda items, the White House is keen to point you to a Harvard-Harris poll.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
And this is what they found. Support among voters for deporting immigrants with a criminal history, 81%, according to this poll, supporting that. 76% at the time that this Harvard Harris poll was taken. 76 said that they would approve
Harris poll
cost-cutting efforts. 76%
You think you just fell out of a
closing the
coconut
U.S.
tree?
Mexico border. 69% saying that they support banning trans athletes from girls' sports, and only about 39% in support of renaming the Gulf of America, the Gulf of Mexico, to the Gulf.
I would assume that.
And then Reuters had
Butt Bobby is
share with you ahead of tonight's
trolling.
address by the president. Reuters Ipsos poll, when they asked about
Butt Bobby,
they said 44% said that we are going on the wrong track for employment and jobs.
Light one up, tip one back. Yeah, after Trump has fired thousands of federal employees, tens of thousands of federal employees.
Peter?
Well, the Senate is...
Then causes a recession. Let's see how much people like it.
This is a live picture of the U.S. Senate. Lindsey Graham there on your screen talking with Rand Paul and a couple of other members. This is the Democratic side of the aisle now.
There's a Marsha Blackburn.
There's Rand Paul down there on the far right. It looks like Peter Welch, the gray-haired gentleman with the glasses, talking. And a couple of members. There's Josh Hawley up in the far
Weird as always.
Republican of Missouri. Shelley Moore Capito, the woman in that picture. Jasmine Wright, Jason Decker.
Damn right, Flash.
And up on Capitol Hill are with these members. John Thune, the majority leader, of course, right there up at the top.
There you see Mark Wayne.
Wayne Mullen, a real ally to President Trump, who...
Jasmine and I are on the same page.
Getting a lot of cabinet members through, kind of pulling them, counseling them, walking with them through the office.
Maybe I don't want a GOP mommy.
Spend that much time on the Hill. I'm usually at the White House, but when I do stories, I kind of go there day to day. You know, it's a quick way to get quotes. I think what's really interesting to your point is how much of the makeup of both the Senate and the House has changed over the last 8 years.
Working gal, good evening.
Party. I mean, you can
Josny?
look at that group. Obviously, Elizabeth Warren is not included in this comment or this section of about how many people who are real advocates of President Trump's in a way that the Senate just certainly wasn't Trump's first term. In a lot of ways, it was not just...
Yeah, we're in the Senate right now. They're getting ready to head over.
Trump wanted to do in office, but it was his own party. They kind of found him a little bit unserious. They didn't seem to like him very much.
To the House for the joint session.
Different. These are people who really like Trump, who like what he's doing, and who ultimately know that the American public that voted for Trump is with Trump and not necessarily with them.
And
Joni.
Senators line up a D and an R together and walk over. Not sure they're going to do that this time. They
Joni should be in there somewhere.
But
I'm sorry, working gal.
347.
I'm high.
Jasmine was saying they support President Trump, the Republicans. He's had a good run on his presidential cabinet. He's gotten everybody through.
I read it Joanne, so that's why I didn't get it.
Filled, and that's labor to be voted on. But besides,
speaking of being high, light one up, tip one back.
He's had a pretty good run.
Yes, I mean it does bring to mind the kind of the cliche about Democrats and Republicans, that Democrats have to fall in love and Republicans have to fall in line, and Republicans have definitely fallen in line. And you know, you mentioned Jasmine, Mark Wayne Mullen. He really is.
Yeah, but get a good shot of Joni Ernst
like
here.
You know, this is a guy who's a marshal.
I'll call her off as a compliment on how nice she looks
tough
tonight.
Guy. And he has
try to win some brownie points.
One of the big enforcers for.
But I've not seen her yet.
In a way where he's actually
there she is,
with his
and she does look stunning right now. She's telling a story. Look at her. She's funny. She's cracking people up. And she's got a beautiful smile. Oh my God!
He has a lot of respect in a very short period of time in the Senate. And yes,
look at her. She's so affable.
We're looking.
Damn, what a woman.
Senate floor right now, and Joni Ernst. she questioned.
Back off, buddy.
Was the right person to run the Defense Department, and just got sort of overwhelmed by reaction to Trump's allies, both inside that building and outside it, and quickly got in line.
And outside the White House, there is some activity. It looks like the Trumps will be coming out to the limousine shortly, and obviously we will bring you that. And if the president speaks to the press while he is there, we will certainly listen in on that. There's one third location we want to show you. This is live from Statuary Hall. This is where all the reporters gather and where everybody will march through as they get ready to come into the House chamber. We expect the House lights to come on very shortly and for Speaker Mike Johnson to call.
You have reached the office of Senator Joni Ernst. Please leave a message.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Good evening, Senator Ernst. This is JustinFREAKIN from the Troll Patrol on Twitch and YouTube. We were watching the, preview for the, not State of the Union, it's not a State of the Union, it's a joint session of Congress the President is giving a speech to, not a State of the Union. But we saw you in the Senate before you guys made your way over to the House, and I thought that you looked absolutely gorgeous tonight. Effervescent, if you will. Your presence lit up the chamber. And you were telling a story, apparently, to some of your colleagues. Looked like you were killing it with whatever joke you were saying. So, once again, you are stunning to me. I just wanted to tell you how much I admire you and that I really need a GOP mommy. If you'd like, you can give me a call back here, 917-830-4359. Have a very good night, Senator Ernst. We'll talk to you soon.
This point, it's only been a couple of weeks, but almost every weekend. And there's only been one time that I've been out there that he didn't stop to talk. He is chatty. He likes to talk. He likes.
Ironic. Good evening.
I find it actually to be so helpful that he is talking so often, because I think one difference between the Biden administration and this administration is that you had to talk to a lot of people.
I do. I don't have her on speed dial. I have her number in my notes.
Trump,
I guess I could put her on speed dial.
It's typically the most unfiltered version. It's typically the most straightaway version of what he's thinking at any moment. And so you're seeing
Holiday, what does normal call mean?
The first lady and the president.
Yes, I left my number. Here we go. Here is Trump departing the White House. Media winch. Not yet. No comments from Trump as he makes his way over to
Isn't the beast?
Congress.
Drive away. Yeah, no stopping. I mean, from what I've heard from folks around him is that, he's really taking this speech seriously. He's really been involved with the framing of it. And I think if when he's talked to reporters.
I think it would be good for my career if the FBI came by and paid me a visit.
The details. When he was asked about the Ukraine rare minerals deal, he'll say, I'll get to that in my speech. So he doesn't really want to talk about.
I'm harmless.
I think he really wants it to be a surprise, and I think that has followed from his staff.
I want him to have to come here and talk to me and put it in their notes.
I think that
harmless. He's just really horny for Joni Ernst.
Staff too. They say that there are going to be surprises in the speech. I didn't. By the time I sat down, I didn't.
No. He's genuinely horny for her.
The press pool has not been given a transcript.
Ironic. You want to smoke some weed? Let's smoke some weed. Media winch is here. We need to smoke some weed.
They're lining up. The senators are lining up. It will take them all of 2.5 minutes to get from that location over to Statuary Hall, which is just outside, and we will see them then come through right through here. We're going to see the president's cabinet as well, the Supreme Court, the Joint Chiefs, and we expect the lights to go on in the House very shortly. We can see the members in there, and we will go live to that.
Are we not friends taking random?
How would you?
I thought you were my friend.
How to ask this question? How would you describe?
Why can't we be friends? There's Lauren Boebert
and President Trump.
Boy, did she think she was hot shit.
And
apparently this dude thought she was too.
That is, it's a good question.
He's still looking at her. He's like pointing now. He's like, did you see her? Holy shit. Buddy, hands off. That's Kid Rock's lady now.
How he gets that, it does account for some of the interesting.
You're friends with me,
his members,
me, Hagen Random,
and he's had to navigate, a very, small majority. He has two members who, he has two vacancies, two Florida members, Matt Gaetz and Michael Waltz, and won't get those replaced.
Did they break up already? They just got together.
So,
she just gave him a handy or something.
Like a lot of speakers.
We're speculating. They were only seen getting together, or getting in a car together, like a week ago.
Party and the Democratic Party, for that matter, are more homogenous in their beliefs than really they've been in almost any part. They very much vote together, even if there are some defectors here.
Is that easier to do in the opposition?
It's certainly easier to do in the opposition, and I would argue that it's actually.
You see Senator Katie Britt.
Margin like Johnson.
She could be my GOP mommy, but I think she might be younger than me.
When Pete Hegseth was confirmed, he lost 3 Republicans. Nobody wanted to be the 4th Republican, who would sink the nomination. So there's a lot of pressure when the margins are very close.
And you can see.
Nope. She's got me by 3 years.
To walk over.
My apologies.
So I do think that it becomes there are some very stark choices, like where you mentioned when you were talking with Mr. Clark,
J.D. Vance,
that the
Senate Majority Leader John Thur
in a few days, in a little over a week. And, if the Democrats don't play ball in the House.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, Florida Senator Rick Scott, the meeting of the Scotts.
Saddled with, the blame for a government shutdown. It's the dynamics a little different in the Senate because
you see newly elected Montana Senator Tim
Bill, 14th, the budget resolution.
And in the bottom left-hand corner of your
screen. It's a different
screen.
process, and we're going to get to that in a few months. It seems like eons, that we have.
The Senate lost a good senator in John Tester.
I do think that
Montana is worse off.
To be the one
with that jackass in the Senate,
the person who sunk the president's agenda in these type things, and the minority can just say, "We're not in the minority. We're not in the majority. You have to do it on your own."
I believe that was Chucky Schumer. I think you see Cory Booker. Of course, Cory Booker is going to go to the speech and not sit it out. I see too many Democrats there as it is.
From Michigan,
Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins,
freshman Senator Slotkin,
bringing up the rear as always.
It's a big perch. It's a lot. It comes with a big spotlight. I saw that she posted a photo earlier today with black and white as she's preparing for her speech. But I think that should this go well, she's in a good position.
I can't believe that Warren is there. Also, once again, Warren.
The people.
We might not be having this conversation right now had Elizabeth Warren dropped out of the race early in 2020.
I think that one of the reasons, or a couple of reasons, why they chose
accepted Bernie's offer to possibly be vice president and secretary of the Treasury.
The same time frame by several points. It is because she is from the Midwest. And people believe that she appeals.
Had she done that, listen, I understand the calculation.
I think that the Democratic message was lacking this election. She is somebody who comes from a national security background, so she can talk about that.
I think she legitimately thought she would be Biden's vice presidential pick.
Down to earth. I think the other really interesting thing about Senator Slotkin is that she was actually among some of the Democrats to pretty early question the vitality of Joe Biden.
Battle Opossum, welcome in, my friend.
Party leader, whether or not he should be on the ticket in a way that other folks didn't. And so I think that she has a big platform today, and it will be time will only tell whether or not she delivers or whether or not people like her message. But certainly, this is an area for Democrats in which they don't have a real leader.
Yeah, we just saw the Senate leave.
She picked the wrong horse.
Out of session now. And this is live.
And I don't know why she thought that Biden would
for the Senate to pick
her for vice president.
Paul, J.D. Vance leading the charge of senators.
I just also wanted to piggyback a little bit on what Jasmine was saying about Senator Slotkin. She, it was first elected in 2018 as part of this, kind of National Security Democratic Moms group with
what kind of a world would we be in if we were getting ready to watch a Bernie Sanders State of the Union?
And also a former CIA analyst, Spanberger, another former CIA officer,
with Elizabeth Warren standing behind him.
So, and Mikey Sherrill, who's a combat pilot, is also running for
governor of New Jersey.
And she
all
has
Democrats.
Right, all Democrats.
It would have been a utopia. It still would have been a slog. It would have been a fight.
They're like they're dream candidates, and they were part of that big wave when the Democrats reclaimed the majority in 2018. And I think
it
that
still would have been,
what Democrats,
too little.
Looking for is more of the same if they can tap into that.
Democrats capitulating too much.
Also, their expertise.
Well, it looks there like Angus King, the gentleman with the mustache, right behind him is Rand Paul, walking in with the senator from Washington State, and Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire.
You can't vote your way out of a capitalist oligarchy. Monks, I'm starting to believe that. Also, good evening, my friend.
So,
it is,
you can't vote your way out of a capitalist oligarchy. I wish that we'd never let it get to that point to begin with.
Because you get down to the last.
I always wanted to preserve our democracy.
Like picked last for a basketball game.
Melania is actually sitting in a
compatible
box in the gallery with several
somebody who you can't imagine ever having to want to take
of the president's attendees.
Film me. I mean, it's interesting. We just saw
invited guests.
Senator Katie Brittaville.
Yeah, it will be Melania, Elon.
And she obviously gave the rebuttal last year. And
a couple anti-trans activists.
Not a great moment for her. I think that people did.
A couple people whose kids were killed by immigrants.
Odd, her speaking, the way that she was speaking during it.
And if you could just hold that thought for 2 seconds, Jasmine Wright, let's listen to Speaker Johnson.
So we got to do this performative bullshit. We got to applaud as the Senate enters the chamber. Thur is a fucking handsome guy. I don't remember who was talking about it last night. That's the new Axis of Evil, Battle of Possum predicts.
And you can see the 2 Senate leaders there, John Thune and Chuck Schumer just snuck by. Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, Democrat. J.D. Vance, the vice president, is in that mix. He's shaking people's hands on the side. John Barrasso,
J.D. Pence.
Leadership. For the Republicans, Dick Durbin, 80 years old, in the leadership there. The gentleman in the...
We need Dick Durbin out.
Blue shirt. He was just reelected in 2020, and so he will be up in 26 if he runs again. And there's J.D. Vance, Jason Dickey.
I think he may just have pretty eyes.
Covering these, the people on the aisle. What time do they get down there? And the late Sheila Jackson Lee was Democrat from Texas, was famous for always being on the aisle, regardless of presidents. I'd love to see.
Rest in peace. Photo. Space Ghost.
How long?
There you can see messy ass Nancy Mace,
the president, and everybody else.
Sometimes they get there very early.
Marjorie Taylor Greene has her back turned there.
Early, as soon
she's behind Tom Cotton.
It is a first come first serve.
Tom Cotton looks a lot like a dude I went to school with.
to be that, but they want to position themselves, and whether they're Democrats or Republicans, they like those corner
And there's
seats.
Nancy Mace in the white dress talking, a Republican of South Carolina, talking to J.D. Vance.
It was Representative Al Green that was sitting behind them.
It was a little lonely.
I would have assumed that Green,
come to mind, who
is like the first one to bring impeachment. He's already brought impeachment articles against Trump during this administration, by the way.
And you'd hear about.
I would have thought he would have done some form of protest, and perhaps he will walk out.
Sometimes for people who wouldn't.
But you saw him seated as the senators while he did look unhappy.
Democrats and Republicans from different parts of the country and so forth.
And Byron Daniels,
kind of rituals
from Florida, representative from Florida, the black guy
to know
upper right hand corner.
these sort of things. We've got some old.
Probably the Joint Chiefs over here
of people, bringing newspapers and just reading them all day long, waiting for the president and people to start filling in.
And you
Senator
can see
Tim
the
Scott behind J.D. Vance.
There's
all these
Senator
people
Scott
suck.
Behind
all these people suck.
Byron Donalds.
That's Virginia Fox, representative.
As a Republican.
Old ass Virginia, but I think she's not even the oldest representative.
On the campaign. There's Chip
Representative Chip Roy,
Republican of Texas, who has been a supporter and been, sometimes.
He was shaking hands with,
there we go. There we go. That's a nice way.
Former snapper for Ted Cruz.
Jasmine, right, you were talking
Senator, fucking
last year. Up to that,
I forget that dude's
she was
name.
chosen because she was seen as a rising star.
Yeah. You see Jim Justice, the
she was seen as a rising star.
Freshman senator from West Virginia.
Future ahead of her. I would argue that she is still really in the mix. She is one of the White House's.
I pride myself on the fact that I know a lot of these people.
So, I think that if these rebuttals go,
there's 435 in the House. I maybe know 100,
career, but certainly
20, something like that.
There were a lot of questions about whether or not she would be a good person.
Do you see a lot of members?
I probably know half or more of the Senate.
Simulcasting on
you see Josh Hawley.
C-SPAN 2. Now, we're going to say goodbye to our C-SPAN 2 viewers, and that will be completely sights and sounds. So if you want just sights and sounds,
Senator Bernie Sanders entering the chamber.
Want to continue listening to our program? We'd love to have you stay with us. Jasmine Wright of Notice, Jason Dick of Roll Call will be here along with Greta Brawner, of course. So I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
there.
We're staying with the commentary, of course.
No, I think that they, people question whether or not she'd be a good person to be Trump's number 2, but still she has a very big role in the Senate and is well utilized, I think.
Well, I don't know. Do you guys want to go to C-SPAN 2? Do you want it to just be the
or up in the gallery, I should say.
The ambiance.
Elon Musk, who has now arrived.
We might actually hear some cool shit. Yeah, let's do that. Hold on. M. Lord says no. Okay.
Yeah, I have a sneaking.
I was like, we might hear him saying shit to each other.
A lot of Elon Musk throughout this speech as he sits next to Melania and next to the second
Great, good evening.
lady up in the gallery.
Is that Tom Homan?
That is Tom Homan.
Tom Homan. Yeah, do you see
Tom Homan, the border czar, or whatever the fuck that means.
Twice with reporters there. He often goes out to.
Elon is definitely scared of being assassinated. There was Joni again.
Out of the screen when they're doing things on the North Portico to go do
Register cult. Good evening, welcome in.
And talks to the press. He is very press friendly and very open to talking about
Nancy Mason, Ted Cruz, looking very friendly. Fucking Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro.
The fact that they would like more
sitting up there with Riley Gaines.
Wide-scale deportation.
If you were not aware, Matt Walsh once called me a formidable voice in the culture.
JustinFREAKIN, really trying to not just get money for deportations, but get money for a larger border security package.
There's Mark Warner, John Bozeman, Newt and Callista Gingrich, former speaker.
Callista Gingrich and Newt Gingrich. Ooh.
Yeah, it's
and you can see that we have extra cameras on the floor of the House when we have shots like this. Usually the House of Representatives controls the cameras, but on special occasions they give the C-SPANs.
This bunch has cooties.
Like multiple.
You can see Senator Lindsey Graham.
Yes. Yeah, we had. Yeah, there were several extra.
Steny Hoyer.
And of course, there's Speaker
Nancy Pelosi.
Ukraine-colored flag, our scarf in her hand, and Steny Hoyer with a Ukraine designed our Ukraine colors.
I want to beat Steny Hoyer with my own fist.
Leaders of the House Democrats. John Bozeman is right there.
Steny Hoyer needs to get the fuck out of there.
Arkansas, working his way down. There's Mark Warner, Democrat of Virginia, former governor of Virginia. Right behind him, Elizabeth Warren, Democrat of Massachusetts. The Senate.
They do a good job of getting in their seats on time.
Watching them come down the aisle for quite a while. Hakeem
Jeffries needs to go.
Debbie Dingell's husband, John Dingell, the late John Dingell, was a dean of the House from Dearborn, Michigan, for years and years and years.
More like
she's been in
Dingleberry.
Congress for years, and of course, Hakeem Jeffries is the leader of the Democratic
Ghouls
Party.
and
Jasmine,
feckless
like, you see a lot
fucks.
of
That's a
members
great
coming
fucking
through at the White House.
descriptor.
You actually do.
Ducky.
Sometimes they, particularly in the first few weeks, they would come into the press briefing after
about 12 minutes away.
Meeting with the president.
The king will make it. I mean,
said, you know,
the president will make his way.
I wasn't invited the entire time that Joe Biden was in office, and so they were really excited to be in there, to be back
About
into the
12
Oval
minutes.
Office. Really, frankly, to be
Jasmine
back
Crockett.
into power. I think, you know, the president has been really adamant about having these members of Congress come.
I would assume Avalon put impeachment on the bingo card.
Biggest tools.
I forget what. That one representative with the red hair behind Crockett. She's a badass. I forget what her name is now. We just watched her in a committee hearing
into the grandness of the
a
White
couple
House.
weeks ago.
In turn, they can give you kind of this.
She looks like my best friend's mom.
To do what you will and to make your agenda become a reality. And so I think that is what Donald Trump is using. But we know tomorrow the House Freedom Caucus
J.D. Vance memes are getting out of hand.
They will be going to the White House as Trump tries to pull them along.
Representative Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff,
on the screen right now. He was at the White House on Friday. He came out to the sticks to talk to reporters.
Lindsey Graham.
The Zelensky blow up and, you know, kind of started.
We have not seen our favorite senator so far tonight. One Mr. Senator John Kennedy.
That language has kind of softened in the last really like 3 hours. I believe that's Lisa Murkowski coming up on the screen.
Looks like is that Senator Smith in front of her?
Yes,
Tina Smith
Tina Smith and Catherine Cortez Masto, and he was with Ben Ray Lujan from New Mexico.
Lisa Murkowski was. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Lisa Murkowski has been somebody who, you know, moves to her own.
Should we go with his word, iconoclastic?
Cash Patel.
Yes.
There's Cash Patel, FBI Director Cash Patel down there on the. He's in the gallery. It looks.
See, they're playing the same game I'm playing.
That was Ivanka, I believe.
Was that Ivanka?
Yeah, I think that was.
Okay.
Let's test our political knowledge.
There's Mrs. Vance. Yep. And you can see the Vice President and the Speaker waiting for everything to happen. Just looking at the schedule that we were given ahead of time.
Seriously, Mox.
Running just a few minutes late, but all is.
And I mean, they had him saying something completely different 5 hours earlier, didn't they?
Is up there.
It's like insane. It's never been like that quick of an about face.
Members of the president's cabinet tonight. One you will not see is the Veterans Affairs Secretary, Doug Collins. He is the designated survivor tonight, per the White House official by CNN's Caitlin Collins reporting that. The designated survivor skips out on these joint addresses, the State of the Unions, in case of a catastrophic event. And so tonight it is the VA Secretary, Doug Collins, who will not be.
Their overflow calls get dumped to me.
We're talking about
that would be amazing.
Line up on the center aisle. Billy House of Bloomberg noting that the great center.
You wanted to call C-SPAN, but you got titty slap.
The late Sheila Jackson Lee, Michelle Bachmann, they're not there tonight, but a new group has appeared to be already getting in place. This was hours ago at 4 p.m. Eastern time. They were getting in place along the center aisle, and that included Representative Anna Paulina Luna, Republican of Florida, other Republicans, Andy Ogles of Kentucky, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, and Congresswoman Miller Meeks of Iowa. All
they want to get their aisle seat.
The Republican side on the center aisle hours before the speech in hopes that they get to shake the president's hand when he comes down the aisle.
Sycophants.
Jason Dick, has this become more of an
titty span
blown up event than it used to be? Or has this always been a lot of, razzmatazz?
I think that it depends on how far.
To be honest, Don Jr. upgraded.
Lyndon Johnson in 1966 moved the speech from the mid-afternoon to the evening.
But then again, Guilfoyle seems
fun.
To
catch a better audience, and that was
I feel like I'd have fun with Guilfoyle.
Television helped his predecessor John F. Kennedy get elected, and he wanted Lyndon Johnson.
Members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The following: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler; the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
So we're about 7 minutes away from
The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
The start time of the speech.
Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr.
I
Luke.
think Trump can treat this like a campaign.
The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene.
He has to be on
The gentlewoman
time.
from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
The
Dingleberry.
President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The senator from South Dakota, Mr.
Pasta Girl.
The senator
Good evening.
from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton.
What's your favorite type of pasta?
Mr. Langford. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The
Crystal Cat, good evening.
Mr. Scott. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The
I think they're gonna like all drop down to a knee.
Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker.
What's everybody's favorite pasta sauce?
Wisconsin, Ms.
You like an Alfredo? You like a tomato sauce?
The escort committee will exit.
You like a basil pesto? What's the chat into? Dougie likes pesto. I love a good tomato sauce. Crystal Cat, I would love to try your spaghetti sauce. Pink sauce. I'm not sure if I know what pink sauce is.
Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Vodka sauce. Vodka sauce is a winner. I'm not particularly a fan of mushroom, but I've had mushroom like if you soak some mushroom up in like beef fat, it is always good. Oh, Alfredo marinara half and half. Ooh. That actually sounds like that could be good. All right, we're about 5 minutes away. I am not high enough for this shit. Are you guys high enough for this shit? Let's light one up, tip one back.
And we're about 5-10 minutes away from the president entering the chamber and beginning his speech. Jasmine Wright, Jason Dick, we've been watching this, chatting amongst ourselves. Is there anything that we can share that we were talking about?
I think one thing that I'm noticing is a difference between the way that
I said the thing, what thing?
And Speaker Mike Johnson were talking last year versus now. I mean, it's so much more jovial.
Light one up, tip one back.
And Speaker Johnson than it was. It's so much more kind of homeboy. These people know each other.
It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
The differences, just a year.
Would you call Harrison
will be sitting up in the gallery apparently with Melania. They
United States Supreme Court.
That's great. The speaker attempted to get him a seat on the floor, but apparently that's not proper procedure. Yes, boo these people. Boo these people. Thank you for being a freaking follower, Pasta Girl. Dab it up. I had some concentrate. I smoked the last of it with wrestling the other night. Trump's legal cadre, when Sir Ball says, I'm not sure, heckin' random. I love the new album from Ice Cube. I do not know which song is like the single, but there are multiple bangers on that album.
Kavanaugh, Barrett, Kagan, And we did not see Justices Brown, Jackson, Sotomayor, Alito, Gorsuch, Thomas.
Interesting.
Anthony Kennedy, too.
Retired Justice Anthony Kennedy.
Is that one new? I feel like that one's old. I feel like that one's from like the album that came out in 2017 or something.
For quite a few years after.
I feel like I've heard it
some of his
for years.
Motions and kind of mouthings kind of caught the cameras during one of Barack Obama's addresses. Thomas has also skipped quite a few lately. And it's not surprising to me because I do think that some people are feeling like that they don't have to be there. They've done this before. A lot of them have done this before. Even for people who have,
Yeah, seriously, at this point, fuck all this shit.
I don't see this necessarily as a protest by two of the Democratic-appointed justices, Brown, Jackson, and Sotomayor.
It could.
And you can see Justice Roberts and Kagan.
Yeah, I mean, the Supreme Court is a very tight group. They're very close. They spend a lot of time around one another. Whether or not it's a protest or whether it's just I think I want to just catch up on Black Doves on Netflix. It might be that too.
On what?
A reservation I couldn't miss.
I haven't even heard of that one.
Local eatery.
Yeah, it is.
I thought White Lotus was the big thing right now. Black Doves.
Jasmine Wright, when we
is that the same that White Lotus, Black Doves? What the? Or did he just get the show wrong?
The question before we got interrupted.
What is going on?
Would you consider the Harris-Johnson relationship formal?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm not even sure I would call it a relationship.
Okay, cool heckin' Randall. I thought I was going crazy.
It was these moments in which they kind of
Do recommend Ice Cube's new album, though. It's got several bangers on it.
And obviously the vice president was on her 4th year of being the vice president. I believe that Johnson was asked later on in an interview what they talked about, and he said, we made niceties. We didn't talk about politics. We talked about things that two humans talk about.
I have no idea. I don't keep up with like current trends and shit. I'm a political nerd.
And Johnson, I think that they're talking pretty frequently. J.D. Vance was at the Capitol earlier today for a confirmation hearing for one of the,
if it's a show that like I'm into, I know I like and shit.
Friends. And so I think that they're continuing.
I downloaded Dexter every Friday.
Wasn't having with the previous administration.
Yeah, new season of White Lotus just came out. That's what I thought. That's what is the thing right now.
McFarland, the House Sergeant at Arms, is scheduled to announce.
What's black?
Mr. Speaker.
What'd you call it? Like
United States,
Black Goose?
What are you listening for in tonight's speech, Jason Dick?
Mainly about the border. I mean, I think that there is going to be a lot of discussion about immigration and the border. Trump has always felt that this is the winning issue for him. I think that it's going to be a big part of things.
Jasmine Wright.
The economy. I mean, this tariffs move that happened, overnight into today.
Black Doves. What's Black Doves?
I'm thinking that maybe they would, pull back the tariffs or bring it down to a lower percentage, but people are concerned.
Is that the
people are concerned? So I want to hear
synopsis. Helen embarks on a passionate affair,
but how he talks about it moving forward.
With a man who has no idea what her secret identity is, caught in the crosshairs when her lover.
What should we be listening?
Falls victim to the dangerous London Underground.
Phone with both
employees
and Canadian
counterparts Sam to protect her.
And that President Trump may announce, if not here, maybe tomorrow, that they are pulling back some of the tariffs, not completely letting them go, but certainly pulling them back as long as these countries say and then become more forceful on issues like fentanyl.
David, I thought you were giving me the Black Doves. What's Black Doves?
These tariffs are put in place, but I think it's
fuck it.
The reality.
From now on, that's the synopsis for Black Doves for me.
He is somebody who follows the stock markets. He follows them quite religiously, and they were going back and forth, really kind of freaking out negatively about these tariffs. And so I don't think that the White House will be able to say quite credibly that that wasn't the reason. Or that wasn't a reason as to why.
Fox, did you just sneak in here? Good evening, my friend.
But certainly, only time will tell what percentage that is. How
I haven't really been able to keep up with the chat tonight.
Reciprocal tariffs on April 2nd, as I said.
Nah, Flash.
Out of New York, talking with Nancy Pelosi.
That is the synopsis for Black Doves from now on for me.
I apologize for not recognizing your face. There are 62 new members of Congress. Nearly 20% of the Congress is new. And so that's a lot of new members, and I'm not quite sure who that one was. I think we've had a pretty good.
I don't remember saying hi earlier. I do believe we got a Melania over here.
Melania Trump, who was on Capitol Hill yesterday.
Who's this dude with the Texas shirt?
White House that she came down. Here comes Mrs. Trump. She's sitting with her guests. Greta gave us her guests earlier.
Huh?
They include some.
I'm not understanding what you're saying, Flash.
Revenge porn victims, the Comparatory family that was, the father was killed in Butler, Pennsylvania. So she's sitting with her guests.
Man, this is fucking wild.
Reagan Riley family is
That's
there.
right. That's right.
To answer your question,
I can't believe we're doing this again.
I think those were her first public remarks since Donald Trump took office. There were some questions about how much she would be.
It's gonna be a long 4 years.
I think that there's a real shift in energy, not just from the president, but also.
It's probably also gonna fly by.
Do things much differently this time around.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
It'll be 5 years from now. We'll be watching President Elon Musk's speech. Seems like it's no time. Did I hit this bowl yet?
That's true. I should have done way better.
And now the cabinet is coming in. Secretary of State Rubio, Secretary of the Treasury Bessent. We saw there as well Attorney General Pam Bondi. Pete Hegseth was there.
RFK, Howard Lutnick.
Mr. Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary who we talked about a little bit earlier. RFK Jr., of course, HHS. There's Scott Turner. HUD.
Sorry, I appear to have made people in the chat mad.
Duffy.
Octopus, welcome in.
Sean Duffy. Transportation.
Sean Duffy.
There's Senator Adam Schiff sitting with
Oh yeah, I think I called him representative earlier, didn't I? That is a change. He is a senator now.
Yep, the new senator from Delaware, Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Yes, the road rules guy, Mox.
Carol from Illinois. Carol.
Oh my God. Is this a thing now? Are we going to start having people that were on reality shows be in our government?
Of course, and then Lisa
Angela
Blunt
also
Rochester.
looks, yes.
Yeah.
Interchangeably.
It's gonna come to a point like get to my age and younger. Everybody already been on a reality show, right? Everybody's been on a reality show. There's so many of them.
There we go.
Kim Kardashian seems like she is setting up a run for something.
Ag Secretary.
Mm-hmm.
Mox, I'd vote for the Miz. I like the Miz.
Like this with, I mean, there's so much we're paying attention to the fashion because of like some of the protests and so forth, having just done the Oscars 2 nights ago. It's not quite as glamorous.
Not quite the same.
Not quite the same.
But there is a lot more power.
I would simply say
you're disappointed in me,
Dick, that nobody in the world cares what you or I are wearing.
I thought Jasmine looked stunning tonight. Thank you very much.
Joe Biden took at least a half hour to get out of the chamber.
Yep.
It was a moment for him politically.
Did Klobuchar behind RFK?
Some of the rumors of
she's got that momentum,
and
she's totally gonna run for president again, isn't she?
It's one of the most.
We're gonna have to put up with her in 2028.
I've ever seen in politics.
Yeah,
and
she thinks she's something.
President Trump to do the same, or I don't know.
I don't know if
he likes to chat.
I don't know if President Trump will be there as long. I mean, in that span, Joe Biden had like 2 hot mic moments that went viral. I mean, he was there for forever. I don't know if you expect President Trump to be.
I was quite taken aback by Jasmine.
People close to him, he is enjoying this moment. He's happy to be back in the White House. He's happy to have a party that responds to him. That
Jasmine Wright,
and he's happy.
Notice
back to
reporter,
being the center of
NOTUS
everything.
reporter,
and so
Jasmine
I think you're going
Wright.
to see him show that happiness, shaking hands with his friends, shaking hands potentially with people who don't like him very much, Democrats, kind of pushing them to say something potentially. He's kind of reveling in this moment that he has now that he's back in the White House. And so I think he is going to be there a long time. Whether or not he's there as long as Joe Biden, I think only time will tell, because Joe Biden, I remember being there, covering it last year and being like, dang, can you leave? I'm trying to go home. So
It did have a end of the night at your high school reunion type vibe.
It's like, wrap it up, Joe. So we'll see.
I think I'm banned on Twitter right now, so I'm going to go follow her on LinkedIn.
There's a little bit of wistfulness, like that Biden is running for re-election, but who knows what kind of doubts he may have had about his own, his own path.
I'm now following Jasmine Wright.
This is like a beginning as opposed to sort of an end. Even if it seems like we've been in this loop for a while.
Yeah, you can see that the cabinet is still not completely seated, and they're not going to.
Got a day and a half left on my Twitter
in
ban.
the aisles, but he is nearby. He's in the holding room next to the chamber and should be coming in shortly. Just want to remind our viewers, obviously we're going to shut up as soon as the president gets in there. We're going to listen to everything that happens. We'll watch the president leave the room, all without us. There's Tulsi Gabbard, of course, talking with Chip Roy.
Kelly Loeffler of the SBA.
Yeah, that's right. Former senator from Georgia, RFK. I haven't seen RFK Jr. talk to a lot of people. I don't know if that's
I saw him
saying
talk to
anything.
Jeff Van Drew, and
Okay.
I wonder if it was a conversation about fluoride. Who knows? Because Jeff Van Drew is a dentist.
Is he really? Did not
That's
know that. Did
fantastic.
not know that.
RFK is having quite the moment right now too, with this measles outbreak, kind of going back and forth between whether or not he should be promoting vaccines, whether or not he should be promoting more homeopathic remedies that aren't necessarily shown to have much weight against a measles outbreak. I would be interested to see if Donald Trump brings that up. I'd be a little shocked if he does.
Maybe I was wrong about him being late.
Again, the entire speech, of course, and the Democratic response. Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Why did I think Peyton McNabb was a dude?
Will be speaking from Michigan, and we will bring that to you live, of course. And as always, after all
You
that,
damn right,
we're gonna
Drake.
get your reaction. We're going to get your reaction.
Homeopathy is bullshit.
Getting reaction from members and some of the play out from the speech, etc. And before the president comes in, let's check in one more time.
DJ Dub, are you drinking?
Quick excerpt.
We should get a gamba.
Tariffs. You guys were talking about that and the impact of it on the economy. This is from Jake Sherman. Whatever they tariff us, we tariff.
Oh God, what do you want to do with your channel point?
Tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market.
Are you high enough for this shit, DJ Dub?
The president tonight on that. That is ahead of the markets closing tonight. CNBC.
Fucking Greta, you are so cool.
Loses more than 1,300 points in 2 days as Trump ignites trade.
I'd swipe right on Greta.
Jasmine Wright, you were talking exactly about that.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be incumbent upon the president to have the American people understand why he's putting in place these tariffs.
I gotta
That
pack
in a lot
another
of
one.
ways have a negative connotation, even amongst people within his own party. They're not necessarily one of those quote unquote conservative values. It's something that even as lawmakers publicly say we are okay with giving Trump the latitude on tariffs, certainly privately they're concerned about them. They don't like them. And so I think that he's going to have to explain why. Of course, he says that tariffs are his fourth.
Curious or not, we're
word in the
fucking
dictionary.
ripping
He said
bombs.
he's first. I would be surprised if he doesn't repeat that again in an ad lib. But yeah, I think that tariffs are.
I said he wouldn't be late.
For viewers
Light one up, tip one back. Oh shit.
Union or a joint session for
I'm
the
not
first
ready
time.
yet.
On your screen, the Republicans will be on the left, and the Democrats will be on the right. So you can always tell what the applause lines are by which side stands up, and it gets pretty stark at times, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. And I mean, another thing that I'm looking for, in addition to just some of the policy notes that we're looking at, is just how the Democrats are going to approach.
We got dysentery in Oregon. Watch out, Oregon gal.
Whether it's something, if Trump does talk about tariffs, he does talk about like how great they are. We're seeing, again, as you mentioned, Jasmine.
Who knew dysentery would go? Who had that one on their bingo card?
This is,
There is Senator Joni Ernst right there. She's looking absolutely stunning.
But he's also going to go for some base issues, like transgender, issues. How is that going to be? How is that going to be presented?
Here we go. We got a touch of consumption.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Here we go. Light one up, tip one back. Are we going with a plum tie tonight? Interesting choice. He's been switching up the ties lately because before it was pretty much a red tie 70% of the time, 75% of the time. This is not normal. The cameraman trying not to get the Democratic reps' protest in the shot. Okay, so we do have cases. Oh, yes, I like her an awful lot. I think somebody knocked the card out of her hand. Something went flying. Wild that C-SPAN cameras would try to cut out Democratic protests and just stick to the Republican side. Yes. Marijuana. These things are usually under an hour. You guys had the wildest fucking poll. But I think it goes over an hour. Trump has the record for the longest speech. And I think it's twice. Two of his speeches are the longest State of the Unions of all time. I believe Biden has the shortest speech. Three of the four. Number 3 is Clinton. He has 3 of the 4 longest State of the Union speeches. Thank you, Mox. Yes. Technically, that's in the title. Technically not a State of the Union. Presidents don't do a State of the Union their first year. This is a presidential address to a joint session of Congress. Here we go, apparently. I'll lay out unless I've got really good jokes. We will show due respect to the presidency. Okay, after I said that, we will show due respect to the presidency, so I'll probably make a lot of fart jokes. He Old Englished his face to match the podium. You see Bobara? Democrats, a couple of them were standing, dumb fuck. Sit the fuck down.
Thank you.
You were to show that picture to somebody in 2015, they'd be like, who the fuck are those guys behind Trump?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States,
I think there are far too many Democrats there.
members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow
you saw Matt Walsh,
citizens,
who once called me a formidable voice in the culture.
JustinFREAKIN, the formidable voice in the culture.
He said, America's back. I mean, in a lot of ways, he's right. This is the true America.
"6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started."
I'd rather it be the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Stupid ass Elon Musk.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
That's right, Americans had a thirst for change.
The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
Not even a majority won 49% of the vote. Terry Sparkles, welcome in.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our...
No, you didn't. They've never done this well before. The Democrats booed. They're being drowned out by Republicans chanting USA. Sparkles is throwing tomatoes.
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
Very forceful point.
First time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction.
That's not true at all.
Astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
Is that Homan's wife?
Small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
Tell him Representative Al Green.
Members are engaging in
from Texas.
Breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Start throwing motherfuckers out. Yeah, let's see it, Democrats. You got the balls? Come on, let's do it.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
Throw them out. Go ahead.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Stand up one by one. Get removed. They're not all going to do this. Maybe a handful will.
Members are
I mean, a motherfucker been beat with a cane on the House floor before.
Mr. President,
beat to death.
Thank you.
You have a wild history.
6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
Trump, he's got a weird thing going on. I have no idea why he stands like that. Kind of like a minotaur.
That the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that
the Democrats holding up.
Do you know who number 2 is?
Signs that say false.
George
That's
Washington.
a lie.
How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it.
He's better than George Washington.
Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month.
Come on, man.
And virtually all of them, including murderers, drug
Crossings had already been
mental institutions, and
at 2019 levels.
Were released into our country. Who would want to do that?
I knew he would take credit for it.
Such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
This is surreal.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us? And
I mean, we got a real-time fact check going on right now. He's full of shit. Everything he's saying is bullshit.
Let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
You like that? Get the fuck out of there, Nancy. If you care, if you're that distraught about a Trump presidency, resign. That's the best thing you can do.
Every day my administration
goddamn right
to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris climate.
All get the fuck out of there.
It's costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out?
That was on crack.
Not too good.
I can't try crack because I've done crack before.
And I've stopped all government censorship and
do something, Denims.
Free speech in America. It's back.
They just kicked somebody out of the chamber. Free speech in America is back.
And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
I have a hard time speaking other languages, but I want to just for despite. No hablo español. No hablo inglés. We didn't have an official language before. That's the way it should be.
I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
Representative Ilhan Omar.
Will be woke
very stoic.
No longer.
We legalized comedy.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or
everyone's asshole uncle is loving all this.
You should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender.
Will always be Denali to all of us. But like we should call Mount Rushmore 6 grandfathers.
You should be hired.
Help reclaim those lands.
And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female.
I condemn.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life, then I want you
to 3 years ago, Peyton McNabb.
Riley Gaines doesn't even look like she has a soul.
High school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male,
this is Peyton Manning.
He smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side, and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
I mean, I don't want to discount somebody's experience. She probably got hit in the face with a volleyball, but is it any different getting hit in the face with a volleyball from a cis woman?
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman.
Has a plus 50 buff.
5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women. and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with.
Wait a minute, did he just say broke the record for 5 hours? Is that the one where nobody else ran in the race?
What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen.
Come on, man.
Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the
I got some relief for you.
An economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it.
How's the egg prices right now, Trump?
48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country, they're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this
Totally understand, Crystal Cat.
make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
We've got some form of protest going on. People are being let out.
Inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100.
That's totally not true.
Plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
We were already producing more oil and natural gas than any country in the history of the world before. For the past like 2 or 3, 4 years.
My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Rare earths. The way he says that's kind of funny.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
Raw dog.
We've created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. GOG. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
Such a punchable face.
Which is headed by Elon Musk.
Hear, hear, Pasta Girl.
Tonight.
Nobody high enough for this shit.
Thank you, Elon.
What was Warren doing?
He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million.
I'm hung up on why he called it Burma.
QI plus in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples.
Well, not you, because you're stupid.
Colombian empowerment in Central America.
It changed back.
$8 million for making mice transgender.
No, that's not true at all.
$32 million for a left.
They were like trans something else.
Operation in Moldova. $10 million
I forget what the word is.
Circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion.
I don't remember what was wrong with that one, but like
created decarbonization.
I'd be fine with them spending money on a Sesame Street.
Headed up, and we know she's involved.
Spend money on our Sesame Street here.
It
needs money.
By a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her?
That was like just
$5 million.
It was a grant for a firm that she was like on the board of or something.
$1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City.
Man, I can't keep up with all the bullshit.
He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation.
Who's a real estate? That's you.
$42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts.
Asians are smart, guys.
Of education.
They do the math.
Paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
Get that woman away from Elon. She might get pregnant. Really, let's be serious here. He's not sticking his dick in her.
And
he's got like a syringe ready to just inject her at any time.
To fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability
So we have another protest.
Federal Government Office has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139.
I mean, I believe they're on the rolls.
3.5 million people.
I don't think they mean what you think they mean.
140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security, hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159 and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
That's not his wife. Who's he sitting next to? Lisa Phonic.
Including, to finish, 1,039
all up in that shit.
People between the ages of 220 and 229. One person.
But you can also be my GOP mommy.
240 and 249. And one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be
proud of
by
himself.
slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find. We will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world
this shit again
to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came.
Carpe.
The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in
I'm going to wait until a cat gets settled.
Creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
He's making biscuits right now.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. Any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
He is the swamp. The swampiest of swamp creatures.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax.
I like that he's doing shtick. Are those little people? No, those are just guys crawling on their knees. Oh, it's photographers.
We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan, we're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard.
Why did they just release little people into the aisle?
For no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
I'm totally fine with the no tax on Social Security. No tax on tips needs to be capped at like $100,000.
And I also...
No tax on overtime, totally down with it.
Interest payments on car loans, tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom.
That too,
the majors
my Lord.
today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies.
Look at the way Johnson's looking at him.
Building massive automobile plants.
Does he have a boner?
With Honda just announced.
Johnson has a boner. He's trying to hold it in.
One of the largest anywhere in the world.
You all saw it. Johnson is a handsome man. He can be my GOP daddy.
This has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country.
He really does look at Trump like he's in love with him.
In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing.
Whether Johnson has a boner is between him, God, and his son.
100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025, and it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades.
Yeah, a large one for you.
Start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And
no.
Charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea. But that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day.
What?
That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us.
Yeah, we created South Korea. They've been our ally for what, 60 years now? Longer?
Keep us out of their market. Then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us.
Yeah, I'm bad with math. I'm sorry, my lord.
We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer.
Not going to do it.
Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment.
Did you say SoftBank?
AI and Oracle. Larry Ellison announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't
seriously, it's creepy.
If Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe.
Oh, thank you, my lord.
They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and
We're coming up on an hour.
They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should.
He's gonna try to knock Clinton out of that third
whatever's
spot.
left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to.
Quesadilla. They should have left one by one.
New trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because those goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen.
I love you, farmers.
And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum.
Warren appears to be like live tweeting this.
If we don't have, as an example, steel.
Apparently they are, DJ Dub. We want them again
won't have, we just
in 2024.
Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard.
Denard
has been working at
he looks like a Nord
for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer.
But you could be blue skying.
Raised 7 children with his beautiful wife Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff.
The dude next to him looks like he's wearing somebody else's face.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
A Crystal Cat, this is a tradition.
Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs.
It's something that the presidents do. There's a lot of pomp and circumstance.
Of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh.
This isn't normal, but, you know, giving a speech to Congress is.
We've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
Thank you, Melania.
Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much.
I guess I'm behind this bill, but then again, Ro Khanna was for it.
Thank you.
It makes me worry a little bit. He represents Silicon Valley.
John Thune and the Senate, great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you.
This is like he's the one treating people badly online.
No step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol.
Is that Homan's wife?
Job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, well, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement.
Lenny, good evening.
Last year,
feel like it wouldn't be much of a political show if I didn't cover this.
Nursing student named Lakin Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Lakin was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Lakin was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien, gang member.
Savage is a weird word to use.
Across Biden's open southern border, and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Lakin's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren.
I'm not going to mock their tragedy, but it's a shame to use their tragedy for political theater. Kelly definitely seemed conflicted about clapping for it.
Lakin's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Lakin-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never ever.
Hello, Allison.
Lakin Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history.
You don't see many Allisons
and we quickly
nowadays.
achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you.
I've only known like 2 in my life.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Oh, that was, way off on that one. Thought I had the right answer. I was this close.
Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the...
Oh my God, he's going to do the eating the pets.
Like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America.
We're liberating America.
But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know.
There's only one woman there tonight.
From Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis,
I have no idea who you're talking about.
We would always remember your daughter.
I do news for a living.
Daughter, and earlier
touched
tonight,
the entire
I signed
nation.
an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary
Well, she's
for all
crying.
of its creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
It is really gross. We're about at the hour mark right now.
Thank you very much.
He may try to beat his own record.
Savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang they say in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them.
It gives someone, it gives
terrorists were welcomed
somebody a place to put their grief.
Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up.
May not be productive or healthy
from our country, or if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol agent
Julie. Good evening.
Ortiz. Great guy.
What guy? This guy? Who's this guy?
In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
Roberto.
Thank you, Roberto.
You got a shiny head.
And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory
to the border,
to the border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape,
I went up, tip one back, Julie.
Exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
Did you say we're waging wars on hotels?
Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this.
Is it Luigi Byronic?
Handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever.
There's Gnome, Linda McMahon,
Mexico,
Doug
Canada,
Burgum.
To do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns.
Can we start by logging you up?
In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down.
The rapist felon just said.
Lunatics. Many jurisdictions.
The lunatic just said.
The law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me.
He's a repeat offender.
The administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So
Pam Bondi.
Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you.
There's apparently already discord being sowed in the relationship with Pam Bondi in the White House because of the Epstein fiasco.
Very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable.
Flash is right. I think you haven't heard the last of Matt Gaetz.
Besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal.
We have ourselves what is known as a good cop.
And they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head.
40% of cops are in happy marriages.
We got to get them out of here. I've already
Google
signed
cops,
an executive order
40% to
requiring
find out
a
more.
mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed.
We have more chaos.
Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Not literally, figuratively. Don't literally fuck kids. That would be bad. He's still young enough to learn.
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most.
Oh, well.
That was more than 6 years ago.
Well, I hope you beat it, kid. Yeah, but ACAB still applies to you. Your little junior G-Man badge.
DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer actually a number of times. The police love him. The police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest.
Oh, I bet they do. Shouldn't let a little kid around any cops.
Secret Service Director Sean Curran to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
What the fuck? I mean, at least he didn't make him like CIA director or some shit. I think they did just give the kid permission to carry a gun.
DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Elise Stefanik is glued to him. What is up with that? There's Kelly Loeffler behind him. Paula Dean to his right.
With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our
not Paula Dean.
Poisons out of our food supply and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that.
There's nothing wrong.
So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you.
We're recognizing and diagnosing it. That's what's going on. You stupid fucking people. Is not new in any way.
Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Little John and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly
Little John.
socially
Yeah.
transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name
we'll see who
and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually. All without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That sounds like horse shit. They transgender kid at school.
Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology.
I don't even understand like what the
taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth.
your hand. What's the motivation?
And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools, and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone.
Wokeness is bad.
And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations.
Former Fox News host Pete Hegseth.
And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month.
He's into a different kind of movement, if I remember correctly.
Services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Could that be a sign of an economic downturn? Not actually that people love America.
We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a six-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream
How do you get a
is to attend the
4.46?
US Military Academy at West Point.
Oh, yeah, he looks like a chud. Oh, okay. I took AP classes and I didn't even know this. I wasn't anywhere near a 4.0, though.
And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
I want to be happy for him, I guess. He's a kid. Good on him. It's a cool moment for him. Oh, the other kid came and high-fived him.
Thank you.
But also, like, this is totally propaganda.
Jason, as Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful.
Yeah, you be happy for the individual, but acknowledge what's going on.
As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
I try to remind myself that Michael Brooks
wanted to do it long ago, but
kind
the
of people,
technology
ruthless
just wasn't
system.
there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it.
It's so much fun to mock idiots.
And the United States should have it too, right, Tim? Right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing...
Who's the Donald Rumsfeld-looking motherfucker?
...a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration...
Oh, this is part of that Asia pivot, isn't it?
Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
Asia pivot. That's what the Panama Canal is about.
American company announced they are buying both ports.
Want to beef up the Navy.
Panama Canal, and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans.
Sir, I don't want to hear about your canal.
Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal.
Mainly Panamanians.
They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work.
There were American workers,
very
though.
highly to go there.
But predominantly Panamanians.
Chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
By the way, they've apparently built a much better canal right next to it. It's like state of the art and shit. So apparently what he's arguing over is like the outdated like lock system that they used before.
We know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it, he got 100 votes.
I don't think it's necessarily obsolete. I think a lot of boats still pass through it.
Was this
the Windows 95 canals.
Certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support you to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Never going to get it, never going to get it. Never going to get it, never going to get it.
We will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
I kind of feel like it's you. Like, aren't you the culprit? You negotiated the plan with the Taliban. He doesn't look happy.
Especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that.
Jonathan still looks horny, though.
And what a horrible day. Such incompetence was
He
shown.
may be rubbing it under that table.
That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people.
Come on,
I spoke
man.
to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called.
This speech has been more preoccupied with Biden than I would have thought it would have been.
They did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords.
It's just an arms deal.
And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything.
No anything.
Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Does he mean the speech? Oh my God! He shot at Elizabeth Warren.
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But
North Koreans.
Stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money.
What is that cocked body language there?
Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace.
I'm fucking 40. If I stood like that,
Ukrainians, he said,
for an hour like he has,
ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts.
I won't be able to move for a week.
We really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia.
See, he learned from Stormer. He sent a letter.
Ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
I think at this point we are going for the record.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Going to be in like the top 5 longest.
It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sent.
Funny enough, Nazis are involved this time too.
Colony, rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
What an adorable couple. Congratulations on your happy marriage. Oh, maybe it's a throuple. Maybe dude's a cuck and he lets the guy in the blue suit fucker. Mark Fogel. Not Jared's brother.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born
I know Avalon. I'm fucking with
town
you.
in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it?
Did what in the Butler?
Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where
the butler did it.
Met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes.
Oh, mom and son. Oh, ooh.
Rally,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Gunfire rang out.
I might have made some of you uncomfortable.
And deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky.
Well, we've got news about that kid, too.
Thur was a firefighter, a veteran,
we'll go over it tomorrow night.
A devoted father, and above all,
a
protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body.
Hey, girl.
Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed
You look like you're in trouble.
To save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone.
They make really bad choices.
Doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their two beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you.
You don't see a lot of Allisons that often anymore. Also, I have no idea how old she is, so if she's young, that's really creepy of me. Like, she could be 20 or she could be 40. You could tell me either or, I'd believe you.
To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave.
Ain't got nothing to come with a 20-year-old.
A shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more.
Wasn't that AFI song?
Ever before.
Love like Corey's.
Was saved that day in Butler.
Cancel me. Reason. Fucking cancel me.
I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that.
Fuck yeah, Julie. That's awesome.
Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight,
the Gulf of what, Lenny?
Faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
That's what I was singing, Morgan Gal.
Till death, we will never let anything
butchering
happen to our beloved country.
Woody Guthrie.
We are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways,
chasing destiny off of streaming platforms.
Oh, the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured.
Does it sound like he's coming to an end on this?
Our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields.
Mike Johnson looking just as horny as ever.
For our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going
Stay tuned. We'll have
lead this nation even higher.
C-SPAN calls after.
We are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality.
About 9:15 media win.
The safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we're going to
the Trump Eras Tour. This is exactly what it is.
The American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond.
I might say the Trump Eras Tours, too. I don't think the Democrats did enough, but also there might have been things that happened that we did not see.
And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve.
Kanye. Oh my God. I just recovered from the last hit I took.
My fellow Americans,
let's do it. Light one up, tip one back.
Future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless.
Finally. Fucking fuck.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Great honor.
Oh my God, that was painful.
Thank you. Get this place going, all right? Thank you so much. Great honor. Thank you.
Should be getting the C-SPAN crew chiming back in.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Not a lot of them did anything, but I think a good handful, maybe a dozen or so.
Thank you.
Did some form of protest.
Thank you very much.
The lady that looks like my best friend's mom.
Thank you again. Won't forget.
I forget what her name is, and I don't know how to Google lady that looks like my best friend's mom. We watched her in a committee hearing the other day, and she was fantastic. I don't remember. Oh, Oregon gal, thank you. Thank you for throwing out gift subs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the phone call last night, too. Thank you.
You know that. Thank you for
Enjoy, Pete. I've been trying when it's important shit. I've been trying to be in politics, which I think takes commercials away from you. Cancel Justin indeed. Larry, welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. I might have to pack it. Thank you so much for working.
I love Roger winning. Thank you. You don't have to introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
I know you better than you do, Roger.
Thank you so much.
My great baseball.
America.
Good job. Great job you're doing.
America.
Ooh. Ooh.
Be back in Pennsylvania anytime, sir.
Have you been on Twitter, Flash? The Republican did knock the card out of her hand. I just speculated that.
That was fantastic.
But C-SPAN was definitely only showing the one side of the aisle.
Good job, Mr. President. Good job. Thank you so much. Great speech, sir. Great speech. Yes, sir.
Back in Pennsylvania.
they're despicable. I was standing on
Well, I might just have to call in and take C-SPAN to task.
You had a chance to shake his hand earlier? Do you want me to get a picture of you shaking his hand or anything? You're good.
Thank you very much.
Let's do biofilm.
Thank you, darling.
Great, sir. Thank you.
I forget what old dude's name is. It's not Pedro. It's not Greta.
Thank you so much.
You rocked it, Mr. President.
It's my least favorite C-SPAN host.
Thank you.
He all right.
Congratulations.
President.
Best speech ever. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Mr. President, that was a great speech.
That was awesome.
It was not a great speech, you fucking sycophants. Kiss ass fucking. That's Representative Diane Harshberger. We played a video for getting protest about one of her constituents.
Thank you.
They threw her out.
Thank you, everybody. Good job.
She's the brunette back there next to Nancy Mace.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Great speech. Great speech.
Thanks for taking my call.
Listen to these fuckers.
My man.
Thank you for standing strong.
You really triggered those people.
Yeah. Tremendous, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the beneficial ownership ban this week.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for mentioning farmers.
Well, we love our farmers. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I think there were protests that went on that we didn't exactly see.
What time?
We definitely saw Representative Al Green get thrown out.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
The Sergeant of Arms.
I did indeed. You better
The
believe it.
representative that looks like my best friend's mom held up a sign. What? Like, we can't sound stupid. If I'm going to call C-SPAN, I have to know her name.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
Great to see you. Slam dunk.
You're doing good.
Thank you, sir. You did amazing, per usual.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Hey, cheese. Thank you.
Lance Gooden rips the sign out of Dim Rep's hand. Melanie Stansberry from New Mexico.
Mike was, oh, he was tremendous.
Representative Melanie Stansberry had a sign that said, "This is not normal."
Respect for you. You did a great job. Yeah, thank you.
Home run.
Representative Lance Gordon of Texas ripped the small paper sign out of Stansberry's hand
Looking good.
shortly after she displayed it.
Buildings, some public buildings.
You let me know.
I will. Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
Have any of you missed the moment? Here it is on. See the sign? C-SPAN is purposely trying not to show it. There you can see Rep Gooden. Rips the sign out of her hand.
The House will be in order.
Representative Virginia Fox. You're going to watch the Democratic response.
Representative Virginia Fox of North Carolina.
I just said that.
The House out of session as the president has left the House chamber.
Who in the chat would fuck Virginia Fox?
Walked out ahead of him.
Is she a great gilf?
Were the Republican members who were there. They are in the majority, 218 Republicans, 215 Democrats, 2 empty seats, both Republican-held seats from Florida because of appointments to the...
I was not holding my hand up. I would. She cannot be my GOP mommy.
Up to 435. Well, you heard the president speak. About almost 2 hours, about an hour and 45 minutes that he spoke. And we're going to be getting your reaction now this evening. 202 is the area code, 748-8920. If you are a Democrat, 748-8921. For Republicans, independents, 748-8922. And if you want to send a text message, we'd love to hear from you. Please include your first name and your city. 202-748-8903. That number is reserved for text messages only. We'll begin taking those calls right after the Democratic response. Senator Alyssa Slotkin, freshman Democrat from Michigan.
Oh, God.
Giving that response. And
she's giving the response.
Of course, we will go live to it. And after that, we will begin hearing your voices. But let's check in with
God.
to some reaction to the president's speech.
Peter, let's start with some early headlines in reaction to the president's speech, starting with the LA Times. Their headline right now on their website: Trump takes credit for swift and unrelenting action on immigration, economy, and security. And this from the Washington Examiner, the conservative outlet here in Washington. Just getting started. Trump declares America is back. And then this headline from the Wall Street Journal: Trump touts early action, says he's just getting started. And
seriously, Slotkins, who they picked?
Stood behind his tariffs and cheered Musk's Doge moves. And then from the Washington.
All right, you guys enjoy this for a second. I need to refill my drink, take a tingle, because I do not have a Dan Crenshaw eye pussy in front of me.
Trump makes it a culture war speech. Speaker Mike Johnson ordering Representative Al Green removed from the chamber after the Texas Democrat shouted that Trump had no mandate. And Al Green catching up with reporters after he was removed from the chamber, saying, "I'll accept the punishment if there is one. It's worth it to let people know that there's some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security." By the way, other protests were taking place by Democrats. Manu Raju of CNN noting that in a sign of protest, House and Senate Democratic leaders didn't leave to join the escort committee, despite being called to do so. That's the committee of Republicans and Democratic leaders that follow the president into the chamber. A spokesperson for Hakeem Jeffries told me it speaks for itself. We'll show you other moments throughout the speeches, the speech tonight by the president, how Democrats were reacting in the chamber, and of course, getting our viewers' reaction as well. Peter?
In about a minute, Alyssa Slotkin, freshman senator from Michigan, will be giving the Democratic response from Michigan. That's why she was not there tonight, so we will bring that to you live. She was elected this past election cycle in 2024, had served in the House from 2019 to 2025, former acting assistant defense secretary in the Obama administration, and a former CIA analyst. We're going to put the numbers back up on the screen. Dial in. We're going to take those calls right after Senator Slotkin speaks. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. And here is Senator Slotkin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alyssa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. This is where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. But it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs. that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy,
oh my God, she did do the lowest,
is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy.
Good night, Lenny. Be safe on your travels.
Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future.
I'm so tuning out on
that's
her.
fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to
Bernie is doing his own response.
And to do that,
I don't know if C-SPAN will show it. We can find it.
Every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers.
Yeah, he's live right now. We'll watch it here in a second.
Cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing. In order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement. The Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn.
I mean, he went just like
the president
swap.
claims he won't, but Elon Musk
We'll let her
calls
finish,
Social
and then we'll do
Security
Bernie.
the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts?
No, but C-SPAN calls.
No protections against cyber
When
attacks.
C-SPAN cuts away from calls, we'll do Bernie.
And what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later. No CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security. How about national security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border. Period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing. Today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine, but Reagan understood that true.
Who gives a shit about Reagan?
To combine our military
You're a Democrat.
might with moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War.
Oh my God.
Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still.
Let's talk about how great Reagan was and the Democratic response.
American leadership
Fucking
over China
fuck
or
these
Russian
people.
any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against
I think it's better for me when I'm tuning her out.
those who are different and tells certain
That's probably what her husband says too. Oh!
Because America is not just a patch of land between two oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us who we are. We're a nation of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower.
I should have said her partner.
And look, I
don't know if she has a husband. She could have very well.
Democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged.
CIA, military.
Without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door.
She probably played softball in high school. I mean, look at her.
So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today,
should have been more inclusive in my language, and I apologize for that.
Democracy isn't precious and worth saving.
Also, you don't have to look like a lesbian to be in a fucking.
I know.
I'm horrible. Cancel me.
First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever.
This show should be like called Shock Jock.
Where would we be today?
Comedian.
Second,
tries to become woke or something.
Including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your.
No, they picked her for a reason. This is they're saying.
Some of the most important movements in our
history. She's a Democrat that won a state that Trump won.
In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade.
This is the path forward. We have to be centrist Democrats.
Significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Engaged citizens,
not a very good student
little bit
of
more
history,
than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats
That's sad.
everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
But she is kind of true. Like, she's telling the truth. Like, just by watching C-SPAN.
Slotkin, about 11 minutes from Wyandotte, Michigan, with the Democratic response. She's a freshman senator, former Assistant Secretary of Defense, former CIA analyst, former representative. We're going to get to your calls after we check in one more time with Greta Brawner.
Oh, I love Greta, but
promising to be brief tonight, and she was, especially in comparison to President Trump. He set a record tonight in this speech. Take a look.
Knew it.
What C-SPAN has put out on X tonight. We are tracking the length of the speech as we usually do here on C-SPAN, and President Trump clocking in at just under 100 minutes, 99 minutes and change there, the longest address to Congress in U.S. history. Look how it compares to previous presidents and their State of the Union addresses. Biden back in 2021 going over.
I don't think they're showing all of them.
Minutes.
Well, this isn't like the top
President Trump tonight
5
with 1 hour, 39 minutes and 38
Why did they do that?
And now to your phone calls and your voices. We want to get your reaction to what President Trump had to say or the Democratic response. Phil is in Queens, New York, a Democrat. Phil, you're first up this evening. Good evening.
All right.
Thanks for taking my call, and thanks to C-SPAN. Always.
So there's a little bit of a delay, so I've got to go ahead and start calling.
You're really there. All the other networks have talking heads for most of the time. I'm now a Trump Democrat. I started as
Hold on.
McGovern, even Carter Democrat, and I've seen a change on both sides, and I've seen the Democrats go to special interests.
Jesus.
And I've seen the Republicans become the populists. And I like Reagan, but I worked for Clinton, so just a drop of background. Anyway, I think that was a great speech. I can't believe it was that long. It seemed to zip by.
No, it didn't.
The Democrats did themselves and the country disservice by being so rude and sitting on their hands. As Ms. Slotkin, who seems to be like a Scoop Jackson Democrat to a certain extent, you have to have a country where there's compromise, where there's discussion, and I'm very hopeful. And, obviously I'm old. I've seen a lot.
God, he's rambling.
And,
Phil, what's the issue? Is there a particular issue that made you what you call a Trump Democrat?
I think the most important issue was immigration, because Trump proved the lie of the Democrats, and he mentioned it briefly. The immigration system didn't need a law, it just needed to be implicated. We have 40 and we have 100 years of laws. He immediately closed the border. And listen, America takes in, and I believe these are correct statistics, about 1 million legal immigrants a year, which is about the total of the rest of the world. And we love immigrants. I live in Queens, New York.
We love immigrants.
Place in the world, but it has to be lawful.
You're right, DJ Dub.
The 500,000 known criminals, the 13,000 murderers, the 18,000 rapists. Why would you let these people in? And here in New York, you've seen the city deteriorate and spend billions of dollars on people who shouldn't be here in the beginning.
Oh my God, he's
rambling. The system, Trump re-implemented it.
All right. Hey, Phil, final question quickly. For those who aren't students of history, why did you compare Alyssa Slotkin to Henry Scoop Jackson, a former Democrat from Washington State?
I was impressed with her. She seems like a reasonable, common-sense person I always respect. I worked for a long time on the World Trade Center.
I'm sorry, Avalon.
By the way.
In what capacity?
I respect people from the military and from law enforcement, and I think there's a real, you get to the nitty-gritty when you're at the show or in combat.
Phil, how did you work on the World Trade Center?
Sorry.
In what capacity?
I'm one of many attorneys who worked on various legal and criminal elements of the matter. I can't go into it.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Let's hear from Jacob, a Republican.
Probably missed it just then.
North Carolina. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Thanks to C-SPAN for
they didn't turn it off, though.
coverage that we've come to expect from them.
It's just the ringing.
What's your reaction to what the president,
I missed it,
Alyssa Slotkin, had to say?
Well, first to the address itself, I think it's what we've come to expect from Trump, at least what I've come to expect. There was a lot of good things in the speech, and then there was a whole lot of nonsense. I think that he failed to do what really you should be doing in this first address to Congress, which is laying out your policy plans for the next several years. I think he failed to do that. I think he had some bright moments. I think he had a promising message, though not specific as it could have been. And I think you had a good number of those really heart-touching moments that he's particularly good at. Now, as to Slotkin's response, I think she made several good points. I think she was speaking from an area of common ground that a lot of Americans hold.
Several good points.
At the same time, I think, she could have been stronger in some of the arguments that she was making against Trump. I think as someone who is not a huge fan of his, I agree with some of the points she made, but there were others where I think she just was not being correct in what she was saying.
Independent
now,
line?
Jacob, you called on the Republican line. Did you vote for President Trump in 24 or Kamala Harris?
Yeah, so in the primaries, I campaigned against him. I voted for Haley. I didn't think he was the strongest candidate. But come 2024, when it came down to it, I typically say I voted less for Trump than against Harris, but I did vote for the president.
That's Jacob in Morganton, North Carolina. Ian in Kalispell, Montana. Hi, Ian. Independent line.
Hey there, how you doing tonight?
Good. What'd you think tonight?
Yeah, I thought it was one of the best Trump speeches that I've seen in the last 8 years, and he sure has had a lot of them.
Really?
I think my big takeaway was just the failure of the Democrats to look in the mirror and realize that they've gotten themselves into this mess, and instead of trying to unify and back up some policies that I think most Americans
Can you
support.
explain what you mean by that, Ian?
Yeah, I think obviously they lost all of the messaging with securing the border, trying to actually admit that the economy is headed in the wrong direction, and just passing the blame to Trump, when in reality it was the past administration. And trying to vilify Trump as causing all of these things when it's not the case. Obviously, Americans saw through that in the last election, which is why he got voted back in.
Let's hear Anthony in Glendora, California, independent line. Anthony, good evening to you.
Good evening. This is actually
Independent line's where it's at, apparently.
Hi, Natalia.
Hi. I thought the speech, we thought it was really, really good. The Democrats are acting as if Trump was never president before, and we don't remember how the economy was under him, how everything was under him.
Apparently you don't.
We do remember, and we remember the last 4 years, and they were really bad. Democrats have been screaming about egg prices in the last month, and they never said anything for 4 years. And Slotkin, she said that Reagan must be rolling in his grave. Well, Reagan, he actually walked out on Gorbachev in Reykjavik. So I don't think so. And we just saw that the speech was really, really great. And we hope that he's successful. And the Democrats, they're just, I don't know, they've lost us.
That's Natalia.
I think you're just dumb.
California. And Greta Bronner is here at C-SPAN.
I'll pick up on what that caller was just talking about.
All right. We're going to go to Bernie. We're going to come back to C-SPAN calls here in just a second. We're going to go to Bernie's response to the not State of the Union. This is the presidential address to a joint session of Congress. This is Bernie Sanders.
Big lie, and boy, did we hear that tonight. You say something that is grossly false, say it over and over again, and have right-wing social media blast it out endless times until people actually believe it. And then...
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Then address the real issues facing the American people, the struggles that the American people are facing. We find ourselves wasting endless amounts of time discussing Trump's absurdities. Let me just give you a very few examples. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. Remember that? A lie. Trump claimed that the January 6th insurrection was a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed that millions of undocumented people voted and do vote in American elections. A lie.
A lie.
Trump has claimed that climate change is a hoax.
Tell me when I'm telling lies.
A lie. Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. A lie. And tonight, just tonight, Trump claimed that millions of dead people between the ages of 100 and 360, I guess, were collecting Social Security checks. And that is an outrageous lie intended to lay the groundwork for cuts to Social Security and dismantling the most successful and popular government program in history. So let's be clear about that. Well over 99% of Social Security checks are going out to people who earned those checks. 70 million Americans. Nobody nobody who was 150 years old or 200 years old or 300 years old is receiving Social Security checks.
If they are, we need to check and see if they're vampires.
The lies go. Now, the purpose of all of this lying is not just to push his hateful right-wing ideology. It is not just to try to divide us up. It is more than that. It is a masterful effort, and you saw that tonight, to deflect attention away from the most important issues facing the people of our country. Issues that Trump and his billionaire friends do not want to address because it is not in their financial interests to do so. Trump gave his State of the Union speech tonight.
Are you getting ready to lose your
But if you
dentures, Bernie?
listen closely, that speech had very little to say.
I don't think Bernie looks good.
The State of the Union, about what is really going on in our country, especially for working families. Trump spoke for over 90 minutes, although I must confess it seemed a lot longer than that, and he almost completely ignored the issues that are keeping working people up at night as they worry about how their families are going to survive in these very tough times. And I will tell you exactly why Trump had very little to say about the real crises facing the working class of this country. Think back 6 weeks ago when Trump was inaugurated for his second term as president, just 6 weeks ago. Standing right behind him were the three wealthiest men in this country, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg. And standing behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head major government agencies.
Bernie shouldn't have to be out here doing this.
Billionaires, including Musk, were in the Capitol tonight listening to that speech. In other words, it is there for all to see. The Trump administration is not hiding it. The Trump administration is a government of the billionaire class.
I do want to go back to the C-SPAN calls here. So they're still playing a clip. Hold on, let me change my... We'll stay with Bernie until the calls start again.
The billionaire class and for the billionaire class. Notwithstanding some of their rhetoric, this is a government that could care less about ordinary Americans and the working families of our country. My friends, we are no longer moving toward oligarchy.
It's here.
It's here. An oligarchic society. Now let's take a moment and try to escape.
This motherfucker been warning us for 20 goddamn years.
The universe that you heard tonight. And let's do something really, really radical. Let's actually take a hard look at the problems that Americans are facing. Today, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know something about that reality. It means that every day, millions of Americans worry about how they're going to pay their rent, pay for childcare, pay for a doctor's visit when they get sick. They worry about what happens when their car breaks down and they can't afford the $1,000 it costs to get it fixed. And what happens when they can't get to work because they don't have a car. They worry about how they can afford to buy healthy food for their kids when the price of food is off the charts. Funny?
You're right.
I heard Trump speaking for 90 minutes tonight. I didn't hear one word from him about the economic reality facing 60% of our people or the enormous stress that they are living under. 90-minute speech, not one word about the economic reality facing
He's right.
But that's not all. Today in America, everyone knows that our healthcare system is broken.
Let's go back to C-SPAN calls. Smokey, I can't see. I can't see.
Corporate welfare in the United States, you know, and I think we're seeing a lot of that increase, you know. I think so much of the polarization, people getting into echo chambers, is what causes this great divide that allows people who are kind of grifters to come in and
you see his ass just walk by.
Ways to get you on their side, you know. I
think he's in the window.
I don't want anyone to take my guns, but I also know that there are people out there who don't necessarily need to have guns. There was a guy, you know, I'm from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, so Alyssa Slotkin's actually my representative, and so
You're not representative anymore.
Or my senator, excuse me. Sorry, first time calling in.
Yeah, it
was your representative.
Ian, I just want to point out to our viewers that Speaker Johnson is making his way through Statuary Hall. This is live coverage just off the House chamber there. Ian, you've talked about several...
Yeah, who cares?
For whom did you vote in 24?
Mike Johnson is vlogging.
And on the presidential side.
So on the, you know, I appreciate Slotkin's appeals to conservatives and Democrats for running as a Democrat. I voted for her. I actually voted for Kamala Harris. And to that point...
And you're calling on the Republican line. Do you consider yourself a Republican?
Yes.
Grosse Pointe is a pretty affluent suburb, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think having decency falls along lines of affluency, though.
All right.
It should.
I also call on Dana Nessel to stop pressing charges against U of M protesters. And to Alyssa Slotkin, the phrase to the river, to the sea is not a terrorist slogan. You need to defend free speech on college campuses and throughout the country, as it's clearly under attack from this, you know, administration.
And you're a Republican.
Grosse Pointe, Michigan, calling on the Republican line, and this is David.
C-SPAN quick to hang up when they brought up Palestine.
David, good evening to you.
Dylan, thank you for C-SPAN. You do an amazing job. That's not easy. You make it look you make it look easy. Thank you.
So what's your response to the speeches that you heard tonight?
Well...
And the festivities.
Festivities are quite amazing. It's a shame that Representative Green was asked to leave, but I understood his point. He's trying to, you know, stand up for what he believed, but you shouldn't be that intrusive. It's the president speaking. I actually was kind of ashamed of the Democrats because they wouldn't stand for a child who survived cancer. They wouldn't stand for a man who's preparing to go to West Point. It was just very odd. Like, those things I see standing for. The rest, you got to stand along your political lines. But
they clapped. We saw that.
The Democrats just being rude in a very intrusive and kind of insulting way. It was very odd to me, you know, and that it bothered me. It's like I want to see the D's stand up and go, "We're cheering for what we believe in." You know, children rising up, men and women both, hearing the call and serving our country, and they weren't supporting that. It was didn't sit well with me.
So, but David, you are a Democrat.
Yes.
And you were not pleased with your party's performance necessarily this evening?
Well, it was those two incidents.
Okay. What did you think of Alyssa Slotkin's rebuttal?
You know, it's funny. I was sitting with that, and I think that she made a lot of very valid points. She's that rarity.
Colors are weird.
She's kind of middle of the road. That's what I found her to be. But she still said exactly what she believed, and I admired that a lot. You know, I wish more representatives, both these and ours, would take her stance, which is, what can we learn and what can I say yes to on both sides? What's a good policy that I can get behind, and my constituents get behind? I really admired her for that. That was exactly what I want to see in my Democrats.
Hey, David, as you well know, Pennsylvania was quite lively this past election season. Did you have friends who changed their mind from Trump 16 or 20 to 24?
I actually did.
either
my
way,
friends did.
you know.
Yeah, and it really came down to the Democrat leadership in the last administration. It was so poor. In Philly, we're a very big Democrat town. We're like incredibly Democrat.
Come on, man.
We're very, very Democrat. And it got me how many Dems that they didn't say it out loud. When they got in the voting booth, they voted for Trump. And that speaks volumes right there, because they're so frustrated with the leadership we have on the Democrat side.
All right. David, thanks for calling in and spending a few minutes with us. If we can, I want to show a live picture of Statuary Hall, which is just off the House chamber, just to show you what's going on there. This is where the members of Congress and the press meet, and they do interviews and they talk about what they heard and saw, etc. And you can see it's quite a scrum down there. And if you go to C-SPAN 2, our Paul Orgel is interviewing members of Congress, the administration. Right now, that's all live on C-SPAN.
It is.
It's a little bit of an assembly line, but we get
She's from Alaska.
A lot of members. You can see
Patella.
that's a Democratic member there.
It sucks when I can't remember their fucking name.
And you can watch that on C-SPAN 2 if you're interested. Just wanted to point that out for y'all. Greta Bronner is also with us this evening. Hi, Greta.
Greta.
More on from the Democrats in the chamber during the president's speech tonight. Let's begin with this moment caught by Jennifer Bendery. She posted it on X from C-SPAN's coverage. She's with Huffington Post. The C-SPAN cameras just briefly panned to a couple of people walking off the floor with resist shirts on. And those were 5 Democratic members who early on in the president's speech took their jackets off and walked
Ross
out.
was one of them.
First turned their backs to the president and then walked out. You can see Democrat Representative Maxwell Frost wears a shirt reading "No Kings Live Here" as he walks out of the House chamber while Trump was delivering his speech. And then there's this reporting from Billy House of Bloomberg. Several Democratic
Steve, welcome in.
Turning their backs to Trump. And it was Melanie Stansbury who led them out of the chamber. She was the same one that was on the center aisle holding onto that sign that said, "This is not normal." And Michael Schnell says, wow, a number of House Democrats, including Jasmine Crockett and Maxwell Frost, just left the House chamber during Trump's speech. And before leaving, Crockett took
the best representatives.
And the back of her shirt read, "Resist." And the other 2 who left the chamber were Crockett, as we said, and Andrea Salinas and Maxine Dexter. Those Democratic members walking out early on in the speech. Now, several other Democratic members of the House and the Senate, they walked out toward the tail end of President Trump's speech. Senator Bernie Sanders and others. During the speech, some Democratic members were holding up signs in protest to what they heard from the president. This is from The Hill. Democrats could be seen holding up signs during President Trump's speech as a way to rebut the president on his remarks. One of the signs read "false," while the others read "Musk steals." And here's another image from the Hill newspaper. When the president said Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, a number of Democrats held up signs that said "false."
Next call is Kirsten in Kansas City, Missouri, independent line. Kirsten, good evening to you. What did you think about
Kirsten?
Yeah, good evening. So I just had a really kind of interesting perspective. I live in the kind of urban core of the city. I'm a Black woman, and just kind of understanding the context of the conversation. One thing that was really, I was glad that was brought up was around the crime that's happening in our cities. That's something that is a deep pain point for me. I was a former principal and teacher in the urban core, and so many of my students have been gunned down the violence. And I see, I took my young daughter to the symphony last week, and we had a round of gunfire in front of us. And so just really glad that someone brought this issue up. It's really impacting the American people. And so many of the things he brought up, me and my husband and I worked really hard to provide for our family, and we just felt in the last administration that it was just so difficult to stay above water. We both work full-time jobs. We both have graduate degrees, and it was so difficult. So this idea of economic prosperity, that was a focus. And, candidly, one thing that, it's difficult kind of being even an independent, I think, has been kind of an interesting line to walk, because I think that there is this notion sometimes that people are monolithic and all of one type of group have to vote one way or another. And what I found in this election is that many of my friends who are also Black African Americans have been thinking a little bit more outside the box in terms of not just going with the party line in the Democratic Party. And that's been really empowering to...
Who refers to themselves as Black African American?
So what party actually aligns with my values?
Not to be suspicious. What I think would be best
for the country and my family.
Kirsten, who did you vote for in 24?
Yeah, so 24, I voted for Trump in 24, which was a really difficult decision because previously I, did not in the last elections. In fact, I was one of I remember being in tears in in the first round that Trump was president, just because I was so upset. Yeah, 2016. Thank you. And so for me, it's astonishing. My husband and I are like, this is just our perspective on things has shifted dramatically because things were so bad in the last administration. And we were feeling the sense of like despair. I just felt like there was such a disintegration of so much around us. And we were really looking to make a radical shift to kind of combat what we were seeing.
Kirsten in Kansas City, thank you for your time. Let's hear from Mickey in North Carolina, Republican in Durham. Hi, Mickey.
Oh, hi. Thank you.
This dude's going to be a Harris voter.
I'm Republican. I'm also a Black man, 22. I grew up in Washington, D.C., in a very Democratic environment. In the city itself, it's urban, heavily Democrat, completely an environment.
No, I guess wrong.
Everyone voted Democrat. I felt that growing up, we were told that the Democrats were our saviors. We were supposed to accept whatever the Democrats would bring us into prosperity, would stop the attacks that they portrayed the Republicans as very as racist, and I felt that as I got older, I really bought into that narrative. But as
whoop, we lost.
That guy was never told that. No, that was what right-wing propaganda told.
Three Rivers, Michigan, Republican line.
Hello, I'm glad I watched this. I am a senior, and I have been working since I was 13 years old. I've seen many different presidents go through. I've seen many different houses and senates go through. I think this was an embarrassment in regards to the Democratic people.
Wait, what?
That are supposed to be representing our country to belittle our president who is speaking. That was just
jab me in the first half, not gonna lie.
And I'm a hardworking person that has worked their lives. Okay, I am ready to retire, and my Social Security has been taxed, and I'm penalized for working if I'm on Social Security. I don't feel that the Social Security should be taxed. I really don't. As far as
I don't think it is it?
The American eyes are watching our president. He has done a lot in the very little time he's been in office. Let's give him some time.
Reagan taxed Social Security. That sounds right.
I just don't think that the media has even given him a fair shot.
Kate, what do you think about some of the issues that he brought up in his speech tonight? Were you with it for the full hour, 39 minutes?
I'm with the idea of not taxing Social Security.
I really it tugged at my heartstrings about that little boy that became a CIA.
Or the Secret Service agent who became
Secret Service. Yeah,
honorary Secret Service agent.
Loved it.
What did you think about your Senator Alyssa Slotkin's response?
It's all good, Avalon.
I didn't vote for her. I'm sorry. And some of her points are valid, yes. We're in uncharted waters. We're finding so much fraud, and that's our hard-earned money going out the door. That's the American...
Into Elon's pocket now, ma'am.
You know, and people are quick to spend other people's money, okay? And throw it out to different countries and for various different programs. I'm sorry. I think they're right. Drain the swamp. Because there's a lot of people out there that have gotten rich off the backs of American people.
Kate, what kind of work are you from? Are you retired from?
Oh, I'm a government worker. I work for St. Joe County.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for calling in. Howard, Mansfield, Ohio, Democrats line. Howard, you are on C-SPAN.
Also a Republican.
What'd you think about the president's speech tonight?
Well, I didn't believe a lot of his stuff, like the numbers on the fraud and stuff they said they found, because they put up the list and then they got to take a bunch of it off. And I think Elon Musk shouldn't be in there because it's a conflict of interest. He's got contracts with the government, and you know he's going to be helping himself.
Smart man from Ohio. I never thought I'd say that.
The ones that are criminals, but the ones that are working and trying to survive their family, they're trying to leave their country because evidently it's not good there. So I don't think we should be deporting them. We should be helping them become citizens because they are the ones that work on the farms and stuff. I used to drive trucks, and I watched them work in the farms. They're not here to freaking freeload, like they said. And like in Springfield, Ohio, when they said they was eating the dogs and cats, that was all a lie. You know, it's just crazy of the lies they feed. Be truthful with the American people. That's what we vote you in for. And that's just like the Democrats, not standing for that little kid. That is a bunch of bull crap. You need to respect babies like that. You know,
bullshit.
Family members.
No, I don't.
Cancer. And I thank God that some of them were saved and some of them wasn't. But it's just...
You thank God that some of them were saved and some of them wasn't.
So, Howard, that said, was there anything about tonight that you liked either from the president, the Democrats, or the Democratic response?
Well, I like the idea of deporting the bad immigrants and upholding our police officers.
So
they put their life on the line for us every day.
So I got to ask you, who did you vote for in the last election?
I voted for Kamala because I seen what Trump was in 2016, and I wasn't wanting to repeat because he's like a bully, just like they done with Zelensky in the White House. That was crazy. We made an agreement with them that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would not allow Russia to take over on them. And look what he's doing now. It seems like he's taking Russia's side, which we need to be taking our people's side, our allies. We don't need to be turning against Canada, Mexico, the EU, none of them. We need to be supporting them.
Thank you, sir. Howard, we appreciate you calling in this evening. Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
CNN's Manu Raju caught up with
Greta.
Steve Scalise after tonight's...
Fucking Steve Scalise. I hate this man.
That obviously there would be a censure considered.
Obviously they're going to censure Green.
For his shouting.
I'm sure Green wants you to bring it on.
Of President Trump's speech. A quote here from Steve Scalise. He knows what he did was a clear violation of the House rules.
I know he knows.
It shouldn't have happened, and it's going to be dealt with. Also, Capitol Hill reporter Sahil Kapoor of NBC catching up with Senator Elizabeth Warren, and she was asked about the president calling her Pocahontas during his speech.
I was applauding the help that the United States government has given to Ukraine, and evidently on the day that Donald Trump has stopped that assistance, he's feeling pretty sensitive on that point. He should.
Warren there reacting to what the president had to say during his speech, calling her Pocahontas. Peter?
Well, we've got about 5 minutes left, and I want to show you this at the end as well, but I want to put this up so you guys can see this. This is a really neat idea. Nate Hurst, our political producer, this is his idea. If you've ever watched C-SPAN and seen the press conferences held at the White House by both Democratic and Republican presidents, you know that Caroline Leavitt is the new
I certainly do.
For Donald Trump. And do you have a question? You know, she takes questions from reporters, and Nate will be down there at the White House. And if you have a question for White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt,
you guys know what to do.
Email address, whwhitehousequestions@c-span.org. You can see it there on the screen. We're going to leave it up there for a minute so you can copy it down. But if you've got a question,
get on it.
We're going to go through those, and we're going to see, you know, which ones we can ask Caroline Leavitt. And Nate will identify you as the person who came up with this. You might just say C-SPAN viewer, but right there, just leave it on the screen, whquestions@cspan.org. Go ahead and send those in. We'll show it to you one more time before we get out of tonight's program. Brooke in Las Vegas, Democrat, thanks for holding. What'd you think of the president's speech and the Democratic response?
Hello. Thank you for having me on. I actually didn't watch it in protest. I watched President Zelensky's show on Netflix. It's called, hold on one second, Servant of the People.
Is this is the show that made him famous in the Ukraine several years ago, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes.
All
and
right.
then I did tune in for Senator Slotkin's rebuttal, and I thought she did an amazing job. I also wanted to say that I support all of the resistance that the Democrats showed. I think telling us to be polite is just another way to tell us to be quiet and not stand up for what we believe in. Resistance isn't
she ain't wrong.
It is passionate and loud because we want change to happen. Also, for all the veterans out there who are upset about how Donald and Doge are handling things, there are Democrats out there who want to help veterans. Congressman Stephen Horsford has been trying to put together bills that will help veterans and help families in the military. So there are people who want to be there and to help and work with Republicans to get the things that we want. Many federal workers who were fired recently by Elon Musk and by Donald were veterans. Another thing I wanted to say is I absolutely supported what Al Green did. I also wanted to say that the no tax on Social Security is not in any of the bills. So people are saying they're going to do things to help us, and they're lying. When it gets down to brass tacks, they're not doing what they say that they're going to.
That's Brooke in Las Vegas. Okay, our time is up.
Thank you, Brooke.
Let's show you that email address one more time.
You guys know what to do. Write down.
Caroline Leavitt at the White House.
Type down.
You can send it to this.
WH questions.
And this is a C-SPAN email address.
cspan.org.
And we will
c-span.org.
The press secretary at the White House.
Ask her why she's such a cunt. If you're watching on Twitch, that's the only channel we're on.
We'll continue again
tonight. We were only on Twitch. I couldn't get YouTube working.
Journal, as always.
You're gonna head on over to Igloo. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back.
And the
Democrat. All right, have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Show you a re-air
of the Troll Patrol
live. The Democratic response.